All ready to proceed?
If we could just approach briefly, and I want to bring up things for the.
Please. This is the number.
I'll double check. I don't know.
I think council was suspicious of times that so I appreciate it. I certainly will. And I found that seeing Gary come over, yelling in the meeting, making sure that the school concerned about some things. All of sudden,
But after she finishes her directive, sorry, it's after she finishes the direct, we can have a brief break so I can stop with the computer. All right, good, thanks, Judge.
Mr. Adelstein comes back, there's one issue I want to with it.
we approach very briefly. One doesn't. There's nothing. I asked the officer. One person on the power.
Yes, it needed to be done, but the state just advised. If the court recalls yesterday, I was inquiring with the witness whether or not he, Miramar Police Department had any other software to test the results of their cell-right download. He said no, wasn't done. The state advised me after that there was another one done on another software in June of this year, which the state did not disclose, purportedly because we asked the discovery to be closed, even though the state opposed the closing of the discovery and the court denied closing discovery. Nonetheless, the state indicates that it failed to meet that discovery obligation because we were asking to close discovery, but wants now to introduce through another witness the fact that another analysis was done in June of this year. We would object to that admission based upon the discovery violation and the ambush that would ensue.
So you're alleging there's a discovery violation, so you allege that I need to do research in here and just find out whether what you're saying is true and not true, and whether it's inadvertent or intentional, and make some decisions. You've heard what the counsel suggested. So what are you telling me?
So Your Honor, in terms of there was an additional evaluation that was done, this was done, and the only reason why it's been coming up is because of counsel's questioning. So based on counsel's questioning and asking if there was additional or other ways to prove it, a different witness, Detective Moretti did a second analysis of the cell phone. Because at the time when the examiner of it and did this, they did not have an additional software program called Reiki. Miramar Police has then subsequently obtained the license for Reiki. So the state's position is that based on questioning by defense, the state can instruct the witness to go into an additional download of the phone on that. So that was done in June of 2023. On that, the phone and everything is the same. The only difference is there's additional location data that is on the new download that is not on the prior download. So there's any more information on that. None of that is exculpatory, which is going to be stated the defendant was not at the scene of the homicide and not there on that. The state doesn't have it in the possession yet. I understand that he dropped off for this afternoon.
So is it fair to say then that defense requested whatever downloads there were, and a download, the Celebrite download was turned over to them?
Yes.
The first one?
Yes.
But there had been a second download done, and that download was not sent to them?
It's not yet even been turned over to the state. I'm waiting for it from the detective who's going to be bringing it later this afternoon.
Okay, and when did this second happen?
That would have been about a week or 2 weeks ago. I have to double check on the date. I haven't seen it at the exact time.
Subsequent to the trial starting, you still were having a download done.
In terms of if there was any other information, anything that was exculpatory, and I'd have to make sure that that was fully explored and turn that over to defense.
And so that it has been turned over to them, so the defense doesn't know anything about it. And then defense counsel asks questions about other possible programs that they might have had, because he doesn't know if there are any or not. And witness
Yes.
answers that they don't have it. And so something that he doesn't know, that prior to his testifying, he already run a second program through a different detective, Moretti, on a different system.
Yes, so the defense didn't depose Detective Zeller because then they could have asked questions such as, does Miramar now have additional software that this could be done on? So they chose not to do so on that.
Question comes back to this, when this second download was done on different software, that was just 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
When did you find out about it?
I still don't have a copy of it. I was talking with the detective last night on it. In terms of the download being done, I have to look and see exactly on the date and what's being communicated to me about the results.
Who asked for the download to be done?
It was discussed with the detectives in pre-trials as to if there was any other information, if there was any updates to the Celebrate program, as Detective Zeller testified to, that sometimes downloads are redone once there's updates to.
So this is new information Detective Zeller doesn't know about,
Correct.
and Detective already hasn't been deposed about.
Correct.
And it's something that's new to you that you just came up with in your pre-trial. How long ago was that?
I have to look on the exact date on when that was.
Yeah, tell me what it
Sometime the week, I believe, of May 21st or 23rd, sometime in that, during the course of that week. And so when you get an actual analysis was done, I couldn't put it right now, they don't have it yet. But, this is analogous to, for example, if defense were to cross-examine a witness about evidence that was tested or not tested. If they open that door, then the state would be able to go forth and send additional items for testing on that.
And to your knowledge, there's no cutoff on this one.
Correct.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. There were two questions that the court just asked the state, which I noticed were not answered. The first was, who asked for it to be done? The second was, when did you, Ms. Bradley, find out that it was done? Neither question was directly answered. Both answers were evasive. If I asked a question that precipitated the state going and doing further investigation, one, we again keep arguing that that is an ambush that affects the fairness of the trial. That's why there needs to be discovery cut. But also, that's not what occurred here. The state's discovery obligation is triggered by the rules, not by questions I put to a witness during trial. So if the state was aware of the existence of the fact that another download was done, whether the report was not, and that we are in trial, and then puts a witness on the stand to say, well, we're going to turn it over to you now because you asked a question. I don't think is a good faith response. One, we need a discovery cutoff. And we need one to be put in place now so that this propensity for ambush is not innate. Also, that's not the case in this instance. There was an analysis done. Ms. Bradley knew about it. She knew of her obligation to turn it over. She didn't turn over the fact that it was done, nor did she turn over the report. Apparently the report she is now claiming has not yet been finalized. If the analysis was done, it's a download. If the download was done, then the material from that download exists. This isn't a test that's done, it's a download. So if this download was done a few weeks ago, that is the material that should be turned over. And it was not. And we would object to any reference to it. And the defense team is going to discuss what other, without also for the court to inquire of the state if there's any other discovery out there about which they know to exist and have not turned over. And we're going to discuss whether or not we're going to seek any further relief. But we would ask that the state be prohibited from engaging in this ambush. I've had it for over a month now.
No, I'm close. So I have to look at the notes on that and answer on, so if Your Honor wants me to respond on those, I can go and check exact dates on emails.
You can check the dates, that type of thing. Right now, I'm referring to mine. Detective Moretti's not anticipating to testify today, is he?
No.
So we'll talk about that later in the day. Okay?
We also move for the discovery.
Understood. I heard it. I defer ruling.
Thank you.
Let's bring the jury in, please.
If we could have the witness resume his seat.
Sure. Bring the jury in. There's no family. No big deal.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You did correctly once again requesting the presence of the defendant, evidence of the counsel and state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Our witness, Secretary Collins, when he's on stand. Morning to each of seat. Want to remind me, you remain under oath. I did get a question, just discussing with the attorney regarding the scheduling, and my understanding from speaking with the attorney is that they anticipate the trial will conclude before the end of July. Trial, the approved process, you don't always know exactly what the next witness is, or who's the witness is going to. Can you hear me?
I'll take one of you.
I apologize. So let me start over. I received a question about when the schedule of the trial, it's anticipated to conclude. I spoke with the attorneys. They advised me they believe the trial would be over before the end of July. I want to remind you also that one, because the attorneys reminded me, I forgot that there's the week of July 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, that week we're not going to be in session. It's, we'll finish out the end of June and then pick it up again on July 10th. The week, and this being Monday, July 3rd, we're not going to be in session. But the attorney said the trial would conclude by the end of June. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, when we were last here, my special agent Collins was on the stand as a witness. He remains under oath, and counsel, you want to finish with your direct examination?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
Okay, Detective Collins, we had just discussed about your training and experience, so remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in what field do you work?
I'm testifying here today in my role as a cast asset cellular survey team, a group that specializes in historic cell site analysis and place location analysis.
And have you used historical records to locate fugitives and missing persons before?
Yes.
Did you conduct historical cell site analysis in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you prepare demonstratives to help show and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your analysis is and how it is completed?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with and go over the cell site records. Are those records provided to you?
Yes.
Okay. And so what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 63 and 64. Starting with state 63. I'm going to open up some of the records and you would be so kind to follow along. So starting with what is in state 63, going to the tracking number 2058127. And so it's clear. I want to also publish state 28. This phone number 772-713-9807. Is that one of the phone records that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And states 28 is a pawn slip. Have you ever seen that one before?
No, I haven't.
So going back to the same phone number, 772-713-9807. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in these phone records?
Sure. So this is a report from T-Mobile. It's an engineering report, and they also here it is referred to as true caller quantum data or timing advanced data. But essentially what this is it's records of, from the network's perspective, location where the phone likely was during particular times. So you'll see a series of columns on here. You know, at the top, it explains what is contained in each column, and then you'll have a series of entries. All that is associated with a particular time. So column A in this case is and latitude, and column B is and longitude. Says what the confidence level is, the IMSI, column E, and the INDI. Those are numbers that are assigned to the device. So the IMSI sort of like your SIM card, it's a subscriber number that authenticates on the network, so that when you have a cell phone communicating with a network, that knows that you're a customer, you can pay, and they can give you network resources. The IMEI is about the device that you have in your hand.
It's been a little while since geography, so could you please explain what latitude and longitude are?
Yeah, those are coordinates on the Earth. So if you wanted to know where a particular person was at a certain point in time or whatever, like those latitude and longitude coordinates correspond to a specific spot on the Earth. We could plot those in any mapping software, like we could copy and paste this in Google Maps right now, and it would drop a pin in Google Maps, for instance, and say, okay, that's where latitude 25.984685, longitude minus 80.375979 is here.
And is that what you use to do your analysis, just those latitude and longitude?
No, I use other information on the sheet. Oh.
So you talked about the IMSI, IMEI, and so I'm going to go scroll over. And just if you could explain. So the next column is, so we said roaming group, I think model and make would be the next columns that for you to explain.
Yeah, so the roaming group, it's T-Mobile records, the phone that apply to, you can see the model, hey, it's an Apple phone, it's an iPhone 10. We'll skip the column. We'll see in column K, and we'll say what type of record this is for. So data, which would be whatever, some sort of internet connection, whether you're using email or social media, or we'll say voice and data. Voice is obviously if you're making like a voice call.
Okay, so going down to row 91, is that an example of the voice and data?
Yes.
Make it a little bit bigger. Zoom in, so it's easier to see for the ladies and gentlemen on the jury. Okay, continuing up at the top again so that you can explain the columns. Which specific column are you looking at when you are analyzing these records and the data in that?
So usually one of the most important ones is the time and the date, and that's column F, because often when you're doing a case, in this specific case I was asked, are the records consistent with certain things the detectives had wanted to know based on the investigation that they had done separately. So you need the time and date.
And when you're looking at this time and date, what is that telling you?
The time of the record.
Okay.
So when, like, column, row 2, when you see October 26, 2018 at midnight 000, you will know that the latitude and longitude points attribute to that in columns A and B, or a little further down the spreadsheet, we'll see that a distance measurement from a tower that is associated with that particular date and time.
So with regards to the date and time, do you have to take into account if the records are kept in Eastern Time or UTC?
These are in local time, so just
So the time that's on here is the time that the event happened here in whatever location it's plotted in?
yes.
Okay. So going forward, continuing across, and then which column, you talked about distance from the tower, which column are we looking at for there?
So you'll see if you scroll over S and T, you'll see cell site and start eNode B. eNode B is another name for cell site, like 4G technology for cellular providers. So depending on what technology, whether it's 3G, 4G, et cetera, they call the hardware different things. It performs the same function. So that's the tower. And you will know that that tower is at a certain spot really well. So if I know that at a certain time, call to where that time was at midnight, the phone connected to a tower named 76963 and antenna 23, I can go find where tower 76963 is, plot that on the map, and say, okay, this tower is here, and the antenna is pointed in a particular direction, and at midnight, the phone was in that direction, and then we'll see if you scroll further to the right. You'll see a distance there. So in column AO, it'll say 2.96 miles. So at that time, midnight on October 26th, that phone was 2.96 miles from that tower.
Okay, so we've gone through a lot. I'm going to go and break it down a little bit in some of the things you talked about. You talked about 3G, 4G, 5G.
Yeah.
What is 3G, 4G?
Different technologies for, evolutions for your phone. Each time that there's a one, generally there's improvements in how well the phones work, the cellular networks work.
And with regards to 3G, what type of information does that limit you to?
What do you mean?
In terms of distance from the tower, if it's a 3G tower, what type of range are you working on?
Okay. Well, so that does play a factor in the certainty of or really see in the reports later, but this timing advance is an estimated distance from the tower, right? But there's a margin of error, a margin of uncertainty associated with it. And so at 3G, for instance, the network can only say within, depending on the type of 3G, 234, 244 meters, what that distance is. If it's 4G, they can tell within 78 meters. They'll say, okay, this is the timing advance increment.
And in the case that we have before us today with the 772-713-9807 phone number, what types of towers and service was being used?
During the period that I reviewed and analyzed and plotted, it was exclusively 4G.
4G. So in terms of how wide is going to be your margin of error on the 4G tower?
78 meters.
78 meters. So can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that data, that distance, how that is computed?
Sure. So essentially this is it's sort of like if you think about if I had a ball and I'm playing catch with myself, throwing it off the garage and it comes back to me. So the cell tower will send out a recursive signal to the phone, and then the phone sends it back to the tower because the network knows when it sent the signal and when it received it back, it has an amount of time. And we know the speed that cell signal travels at, it's the speed of light, so by multiplying distance by time, or speed by time, we get a distance.
Is the speed of light constant?
Yes.
It's been a while since physics. So could you just kind of explain that a little bit for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that works?
Yeah, so it's, that's the speed of light doesn't change. Cell signal with the speed of light anywhere in time. It's going to be the same.
Is the speed of light affected by foliage or trees or leaves or anything like that?
No, speed of light's the same.
Are cell signals or service affected by changes in environmental conditions?
Can be slight changes, but generally, if there's a change, we're talking about maybe minuscule amounts of meters, not miles.
Meters, not miles. And what types of environmental conditions would be required to have a change of those meters, not miles?
Well, if your phone is in a, like, a lot of buildings down here are built for hurricanes, so if there's lots of concrete walls, that could affect it. If the path that the signal takes to the phone is not a direct line, but say it bounces off something, like we call that multipath, so if it hit less building and came to the phone back, obviously those things would increase the time that it took for the signal to go there and come back, so that would then increase the distance.
Okay. With regards to hurricanes, is that something that would affect?
I mean, if the way that would affect this would be if that had a catastrophic effect on the network and then the network wasn't functioning properly.
Okay. If there are records that you are analyzing, what does that tell you about that specific tower?
That it was working.
Okay. Going on again, so you've explained a little bit about a cell tower or cell phone and how it works, and you mentioned cell towers. What are cell towers or antennas?
Yeah, so obviously our cell phones don't have wires coming out of them to make a call, there's no text, or do whatever we want on our phones. We have to connect to the cellular network. We do that through cell signal, which connects to an antenna, which is really not a tower, and then through the network's infrastructure, the call and the data transaction routed through its core and handle however you need to handle it. So a tower can be anything that has an antenna.
Have you created a demonstrative exhibit to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a cell tower is?
Yes.
Would it help in explaining and the understanding of the testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, we're going to object before she publishes it to the jury and maybe go sidebar.
Yes. The witness is explaining or illustrating his testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. These demonstratives are not to be considered as evidence in the case unless they are later received in evidence, and they should not be a substitute for evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would go back and move to the jury room for your consideration during your deliberations. This is to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony, these demonstratives. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Special Agent Collins, could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in this photo right here?
So this is just a generic example of what a cellular tower can be. Here you see it. Antenna arrays mounted on a model pole, so there's a big pole that you see. Everyone figured by these. So you'll see that there's, on the image on the right, there's two triangular shapes. Each of those on each side, if it's triangle shape, there's multiple pieces of equipment mounted on them. So that would be in the cell tower example that has 3 sectors or antennas pointed in 3 directions. So each of those sides that has multiple pieces of equipment, those are transmitters and receivers. I was
just about to tell you that it's a touch screen, so if you touch it, you can draw on it as well.
Fantastic. So all of these would be part of one sector, one side. All of these are part of one sector, and all of these. So this would have 3 sides. Think about what these are doing. If you wanted to imagine that it's like a flashlight, because visible light, cell signal, both part of the electromagnetic spectrum, they have the same characteristic properties, right? So this would be like somebody standing on top of the pole with a flashlight pointed in one direction, sending light that way. And this side is a flashlight pointed in another direction. This side is light going in another direction. That way there's light or cell signal going in all directions to service, in this case, phones that are within the coverage area of the tower.
So you mentioned a little bit about the coverage area and the 3-sided. Going on to what's on page 4, the demonstrative exhibit at this point. You explained the flashlights and things like that. Can you demonstrate again on this particular image, the sector 1, sector 2, sector 3, and why that's important?
So this would be, as we were discussing further, further drilling down into what this example of tower could be. So here again, the 3-sided tower, and you'll see that each side has a particular direction that that flashlight is pointing with the antenna send signal. That will be recorded in the tower list by something called Enhancements. So in the records that we'll have for the phone we were just talking about from T-Mobile, it will say the azimuth is 0. What that means is that the flashlight is pointing 0 degrees, like out of a compass. And that would be where the coverage is the strongest, like that's the center of the beam, but it creeps out. And so we will cover approximately 300 to 60 for 120 degrees on that side. Each side, if we have 3, would be divided up like a pie to cover 120 degrees. That way we'll have 360 degrees of coverage for the tower. Towers don't have to be 3-sided, they can be 6-sided. They can be one side that covers 360. It's up to the network engineers who build out and optimize the network, what they want to create based on what they need to. But the most common type is 3-sided tower.
Is the information as to how many sides on any given tower something the FBI captures and takes note of?
The providers provide that tower list.
And is that provided to the FBI?
Yes.
Is that done and updated so it is at the time of whenever the records were created?
Yes.
Could you take those same records that you were given and look at the towers that are working today and make an analysis?
Yeah, so whenever you do the analysis, you have to make sure you're using the tower list that corresponds to the time of the records because networks change over time.
And are the azimuths, is that always part of the records that are given to you on each tower?
Yes.
When you pick up your phone and you make a call, what determines what cell tower the phone uses?
So the phone picks the tower that it's going to connect to for its initial connection. The way that does that is that, like you guys, anyone's got them with them right now, as they're sitting here not using them, the phone is still scanning the environment. It's constantly looking for signal strength and signal quality. The phone's going to identify the tower, the sector. When I say sector, I mean the tower and an antenna that offers the clearest, strongest signal. When the phone wants to make a call or send text, that is the antenna, the tower that the phone is going to reach out to. So that's very important for what I do because that means that when the call is initiated, it's not based on the network or something. It's based on what the phone sees. It's based on what the phone sees as the tower that is the clearest and strongest signal.
Does the phone always use the closest tower?
No. The phone always uses the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. Usually, or often, that is the closest tower. However, there's other things that can determine what the clearest, strongest signal is. For instance, line of sight. If the closest tower doesn't have a clear line of sight of the device, then you may use the phone and use a tower that's slightly further away because the signal strength and signal quality are better from the antenna, the direct line of sight, for instance.
Are all the antennas and cell towers, do they look like the ones that we showed in the previous slide?
Yeah.
What does a cell tower look like?
And whatever the companies want them to look like, right? That's a good one because I use this because I identify that as a cell tower, but I'm sure everyone has seen antennas that look like there are flagpoles, antennas that are mounted on the sides of buildings, up here on the roofs of buildings. There can be small antennas that are just on top, so street lights or can look like anything.
In terms of the general direction that the cell tower antennas are pointed, are they at 90 degrees out or are they angled downwards towards the majority of the phone?
Usually they are tilted down.
If you saw an example of it picking a cell tower that's further away, would you look at the records and try and determine why that's happening?
So I see a red flag or something to me that stands out and it's being atypical. When I'm doing my analysis, usually I'll look further into it and say, okay, why is this not connecting to one of the towers that I expected it would?
So we've described the CDRs and the information that's used on those. Is that the thing you did for each and every phone in this case?
So we were looking at the time in advance report, the engineering data, the CDRs, the call detail records are a different data set.
And just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between the timing advance, the engineering report, and the CDRs.
So the CDRs, or the call detail records, are records of the phone's communications, like calls and outgoing, certain types of text messages, etc. That will say date and time, the numbers involved in the call, the tower, the azimuth, etc. But it doesn't have the extra information that the engineering report does. So in the all detail records, it looks like billing records that you usually see with your phone if your people actually look at their billing records. But it would say tower inspector in addition to it, but it won't say distance from the tower. It won't have the latitude, longitude coordinates, or all the extra information in the advance report. The other really important thing to delineate between those two is, I just said that the phone picks the tower that it uses based on its measurements. And so all decal records, the tower that is used is picked by the phone. That first connection. In the time in advance report, the engineering data, that's the network's perspective. So that's what the network is seeing behind it. And the tower that's listed in the engineering report may not be the serving cell. It may not be the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. It could be, but it could also just be another tower within the network that saw that phone and say, hey, I can see you, and directs your device this far away. So it's important to keep in mind what type of report you're looking at, because it obviously will affect the conclusions that you're in.
So in terms of the way you illustrate the difference between a tower being used or a sector and a time in advance, or the distance measurement on that, I want to make sure it's very clear. What we're looking at right now, what does this illustrate when we see just a round circle in your report?
So this will illustrate the tower that used, or if it's from a data report, the engineering report, the tower that is registered as this seen. All the green dots in the middle of this graphic, those are all cell towers, and you'll see that there's one tower in the center of the map that has a blue circle around it, and so that would be the tower that the phone connected to. That's not, it's not like you're using Google Maps and it's just seeing the dot when you pull that out. This is not the location device, this is the tower.
Okay, and can you just, so it's clear, point out a couple of the towers that are on this map and just highlight them so it's clear what you're talking about, because sometimes the color doesn't come across great on the screen.
So these green dots would be other towers that weren't used or weren't, that didn't see the phone. This one here in the center of the blue circle would be the tower that was listed on the report. And then this big blue circle, that's not a coverage area, that's not saying that, hey, the phone has to be somewhere, that they're just flagging that as saying that is the tower that listed in the report. That's the tower that was used with their cell phone.
Is it your testimony that the phone is definitely within that circle somewhere?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
That's not what this is intended to do. This is just intended to show this is the tower.
Okay. So now we're going to go into the cell site. How would you indicate that in your report?
So cell site, meaning tower and sector, or tower and antenna. This is showing the direction that the flashlight is pointed. So this wedge or slice of pie, or however people like to think about it, that will show the direction the flashlight's being. So the azimuth, the center line would be, in this case, like 180 degrees due south, and the illustration shows the estimated like ends of the coverage area. But what's really important about this is that this is just showing the direction that the antenna is pointing the direction for beam. So this is, again, not showing where the phone is. In other words, I'm not saying that the phone has to be within this blue shaded area. I'm not saying that the phone has to be within the arms of this black wedge. I'm saying this is the direction that the antenna is pointing.
Are you able to tell anything about the strength of a signal from a tower at any given time?
No,
Why not?
it's not reflecting the records that I have.
In terms of the average signal strength, is that something you have training and experience on from the various cellular telephone providers?
Right. No.
So is there any determination or anything that can be made about distance from a tower just based on what cell site the phone or device was using.
You know, from your call detail records, you cannot tell distance.
So I want to go on to this type of illustration. If this type of illustration is used in your report, what are we looking at?
So this would be an example of the engineering data for the time of advance report. So now we see, again, the blue wedge saying, okay, this is the sector that recorded the phone, here's the direction that it's pointed, and then we have that distance from the sector. So the distance, where we can say this is, for instance, 1 mile. So a particular example would be 1 mile here. And we see that it's a certain thickness of the band because the time in advance margin of error or size, depending on the technology, can only get down to a certain distance. So for 4G, again, it's 78 meters. For 3G, it's about 234 meters. So the size of this band will depend on the technology that you use.
So in the records in this case, what is the width of the band in your report?
78 meters.
Okay.
So in this case, what I'd be expecting, based on the information from the phone, from the engineering report, is that the phone would be somewhere within this band, this like a curve and a shape, whatever. That's based on the data from the engineering reports saying, okay, the phone was 1 mile from this sector, this antenna points this direction. Here's 1 mile. The phone should be somewhere within that band.
With just one data point, can you narrow down where in that band it could be?
No.
With multiple data points, can you draw conclusions as to the location of the phone because of multiple records?
Yeah, potentially. So one way we could do that is if we had intersecting bands. If we had another tower, could you zoom out a little bit, please? Sure. Like let's suppose that this tower down here also recorded a measurement. We knew that it was a certain direction and distance, and so we had bands that intersected, and we could say, like, oh, that might be the conclusion. The phone is in that smaller coverage area where it's where the intersections of the bands are, we can kind of triangulate. You can also use other information that's not related to cellular technology if there's other facts from the investigation.
Is that type of information provided to you when you're doing your analysis?
Yes.
And do you identify areas potentially of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to this next slide here, what are you illustrating in this particular map?
So this shows the green dots are T-Mobile towers in the South Florida area at the time of 2018 and time relevant to this analysis or case. And the takeaways there is just there. You see in densely populated areas, there's a much higher concentration of towers, right? Because there's more people who have more devices, there's more demand and have resources. So the providers need to have more towers in smaller coverage areas to provide service to those devices. When we get to more rural areas, where there's fewer people, fewer devices, the networks will usually have fewer towers that will have bigger coverage areas. So.
Okay. Is this map fairly and accurately depict the towers that were in South Florida in October of 2018?
Yes.
So going on to the areas of interest. If we can identify the ones that are listed here, I'm going to start with 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale.
So that's shown in the upper right portion of the map with the orange flag and the white letters N and E on it. That was a location, all these locations were divided by the detective who requested that do the analysis. That was one of the locations identified.
And how do you plot or map these locations?
With mapping software, being part of mapping software Google Maps.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the locations of the items of interest that are provided to you?
Yes.
So moving on, so you have a crime scene with coordinates on it.
Yes.
Is that again provided to you by the detective?
Yes.
Next, reported shooting. How would you identify that on the map and point it out, please?
So the reported shooting location is a blue flag with a little eye in it, shown here on the map, sort of, I guess, in general, at the lower left.
After that, there's Memorial Hospital is your next. How is that identified on the map?
We have Memorial Hospital, 1901 Southwest 172nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida. It's shown on the map with a red square and a white H.
Okay. Next location is labeled as McDonald's. Where is that on the map?
McDonald's is 17001 Miramar Parkway, Miramar, Florida. That's shown with a red circle and a yellow M on it.
Okay. And Sunset Lakes is the next one. If you could point that out.
Sunset Lakes is located at 18513 Southwest 40th Street, Miramar, Florida. That's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the white letters SNL.
And so last but not least, the Montessori Academy.
Yes, the Montessori Academy, 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines, Florida. It's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the letters NNA in white.
Are those locations that we just discussed consistently plotted throughout the rest of the mapping that you do in the case?
Yes.
So I want to go to the phone number 772-713-9807. And then the phone number 954-248-9081. Do you know who either of those phone numbers belong to?
Objection, outside of the scope of knowledge. And hearsay.
Jesus.
Okay, so Council, you may answer the question. Do you know who any of these phone numbers belong to?
I don't know. I know the detective treated it.
So
Yes. I'm sorry.
we'll stop it right there. All you know is what somebody told you.
Right.
So I don't want to get into any of that. I just want to know what your personal knowledge is. You don't have any personal investigation or knowledge as to who these phone numbers belong to. Okay. And you just know that the phone numbers that were provided to you.
Yes.
Okay, and the 772-713-9807, that's the same one that we discussed in State 28 that I published earlier.
Objection, Your Honor. He also testified that he never saw the document before, so it's outside of scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
Thank you.
So with regards to the 772-713,
Objection, Your Honor. She cannot leave it up there
speaking
public.
objection,
She's
Your Honor.
tainting the jury.
Just take it down, please.
Okay. So 772-713-9807, that specific phone number. On that, I want to put in the 954-248-9081. Between 3:20 a.m. and 3:57 a.m., did you analyze the data for both of those phones?
Yes.
And if you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this data is showing and explain it to them.
Sure. So the several slides like this in the report. So I'll talk a little bit more about this first one, just so everyone understands, which the slide says at the top. It says the analysis of the two phone numbers that conducting analysis for. It says the time period that I'm analyzing, so October 26, 2018 through 20 a.m. to 3:57 a.m. And then the bulk of the slide is the graphic, is the map. You see all the green dots all over the place. Those are T-Mobile towers, like we talked about before. And then you'll see that certain towers are highlighted with a circle showing that those are the towers that saw the phone. Some circles are red, some circles are blue, some circles are red with blue perimeter around them.
So I'm going to kind of zoom in up here on this top section, the 3:20 a.m. If you could just show some of the red with blue circles and then the blue and red on that.
Yeah, so there's an example of a red circle. And what that means is that you can call it, since it's hard sometimes to remember numbers, it's called the red phone and the blue phone. So the red phone was seen by that tower, and that's why there's a red circle there. Here, the network saw the blue phone on that tower. Here's an example of a tower that it saw on both.
Judge, may we approach at Barbara?
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Witnesses also present, the state present. All right. So I don't understand. You're saying you didn't have this report?
So we got this report this morning while I was sitting in the courtroom. We don't have a printer here. So I asked the state to do the professional courtesy and give me a copy of the documents that she'd be using for this testimony. I'm trying to refer to it. She gave me 7 pages, by the way, which you started, and I was objecting to it being published because it still had the names. She said, I'm not using that first page that I handed you, I'm using every other page. So I'm looking at the pages to try to go along with what she's showing. And I'm noticing she gave me a report from a whole other phone. All I'm asking is to give us the actual documents that she's showing the witness. And to say I emailed it to you while we were sitting in the courtroom is a little disingenuous because I don't have a printer to be able to print it out. So I just asked.
So you have the report, all 3 reports, but the reports that you have that were generated to you have the phone number as well as a name. It's identified that the phone is associated with.
No,
correct?
she redacted that.
No,
Yes.
but you have the 3 reports.
Yes.
Discussing the phones, and was given those reports some time ago, and yesterday your objection was made that it's, it's conclusory as to whose phone it was, and I sustained that objection, told to redact the name.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're telling me you don't have the form of the reports with that redaction of these maps or whatever they are, with the names being redacted. Is that correct?
So I have it in email, but I'm asking for paper form so I can follow along. with-
Understood.
Yes,
All right.
exactly.
Thank you. So can you make copies of those?
I printed, I found all of them. If there's one that she's missing, I'm happy to do so, pull them up again. I printed them all this morning.
Counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them, so I just want to make sure she has
Of
them.
course, and that's no problem. So, but they've all been turned over via email. This is all in there, the original copies as well that were provided.
Counsel does not have the ability to print something out in the courtroom now. She's asking, Counsel Raven, is asking for a copy of it. Let's provide her a copy of it.
I'm happy to do so. I just need to know exactly which one she says she's missing and which one she says she has. I don't want to have to duplicate them if possible.
None of the documents she's published since
Just
testimony
do
started
me
has
first, you
been
can
given.
print all of them.
Okay.
All right?
Should we take a break while the jury's on?
We can, but can we finish this first?
Oh, yes, I thought you were finished.
You're gonna make copies of all the documents.
So she has in her hand some of them already. So I just want to make sure I don't double print them
Just double
on that. So
Counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them. So let's just print them all.
okay, well, she does have some of it. That's what I mean.
For the record,
I don't know, you're saying you're saying Counsel's suggesting she hasn't received those things. I just want her to get copies of it. I don't want your constant back and forth. Well, she has to, just give her the copies. That's it. It's easy. Just get her the copies. All right. Mr. Devin, you need a restroom break? All right, we're recessed. Thank you.
you gave me, so you're going off the time, you know, present and nothing.
I don't think we have all those printers in the back side of my office.
No.
It's not something I can do regardless.
That's right.
All right, let's get back on the record. I understand, well, first of all, let's the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys. We're still waiting for the state to provide certain documents to defense counsel. I gave some maps that were being used as demonstratives. Counsel sidebar suggested that she didn't have them. They were emailed to her, but she doesn't have hard copies, and we created Liberty wants the hard copies. But I instructed the state attorney to go ahead and do that, provide those hard copies, and that's in the works because printer can be important. It's going to be important. So while we're waiting on that, let's go back and talk about the discovery cutoff that counsel suggested. What's the state position on the discovery cutoff?
That if there is anything that counsel brings up with regards to the witness that suggests additional analysis or anything that can be done, that the state would do it on that.
So you're opposed.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else that you want to be heard on regarding this discovery cutoff?
No.
Anything that the defense wants to be heard?
Nothing. I just started to do some research, and quite frankly, I've only candidly found a case. It's in the 4th DCA, but it concerns a civil matter, and it speaks of the need for discovery cutoff to avoid the very term I used, ambush and surprise, and that when a party conducts itself in a way as to ambush there not to get the benefit of that. These trials, we understand, life goes on beyond trial. So the evidence that can be introduced into a trial should have some finite and determinable parameters. The notion that the state comes here and asks jurors to put somebody to death suggests that they have completed an investigation that warrants that co-signing, co-signature. To suggest that, okay, there are a lot of things that we could have done and we didn't do, and if you ask about it, we're going to go do it and introduce it while the proceedings ensue, is not only an ambush, but it's an insult to the process. They're saying that they have the evidence. Now, the state can get up there and say, hey, the defense is making some ridiculous cross-examination and we don't have everything because what we have is enough, which is when they bring an indictment of this nature, or any indictment, they're saying we have enough now, beyond a reasonable doubt. But what they cannot do is, as these proceedings go forward, continue to investigate and plug holes that we reveal to exist as the process goes on until this case goes to verdict. I'm not quite sure when this would end or how there is even a gatekeeping function of the court if there is no gate and there is no fence and there are no lines and no parameters of propriety. The state is making a representation by bringing this indictment that they are ready and they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And if that proof beyond a reasonable doubt also includes areas of investigation that were not pursued, then they should explain to a jury why it was not pursued and why the failure to pursue it does not undermine their case. They don't get to keep plugging holes as the proceedings go forward. And so, as the Fourth Circuit said, that is ambush. And the purpose of, the Fourth DCA said that is ambush. And the purpose of a discovery deadline is to avoid surprise, avoid ambush, and a party that engages in that ought not to get the benefit of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Just briefly, and I would mention that defense isn't yet to provide any reciprocal discovery, but alluded to some yesterday that they were looking at Instagram posts and everything that had happened as recently as this week, but yet they have provided nothing to the state. So if there's any deadline of any sort, it needs to be imposed on both parties.
Thank you. Oh, Counsel, my understanding is that's the way it works. Is that it's not Richardson violations by both sides of the deadline by both sides.
You apologize, but there's respect. That's fine.
I apologize. What I was saying is that the whatever obligations that are imposed would be applicable to both sides when the discovery cutoff or not. My thought is that the discovery cutoff, you can keep investigating the case, whatever, how you feel fit, and more than welcome to do that. However, that doesn't mean that anything you find can be used at trial as in evidence. This thing with Mr. Brady, where when I'm out of town on vacation, you're asking the detective or he's offering, I'm not really sure how it happened, to continue and run this through another process. And the defense doesn't know about it. The defense cross-examines Mr. Zellner, Officer Zellner, and is not aware that he's asking questions about other programs. His understanding is there isn't any other program, but you know there's another program, they have access to it, and they've done it. They have the results. That seems to me to be what the council's talking about. And that seems to me to be a Richardson violation. The discovery that's ongoing, you know about it, and you're not telling them about it until we're here in court. So as far as I'm ready is concerned, I think that's a discovery violation. And I'm finding it to be a discovery violation. I think the only way it can be cured is he's not going to testify about this second procedure that's not coming in. Same thing. If you want to keep investigating a case, you can do it. If you can find exculpatory information, you may change your mind as to how you proceed with the case, and I don't have a problem. You can investigate whatever you want to investigate. But as far as using new discovery that you're coming in, I think a cutoff needs to be happened. This is what's going on. We're going to have this. If you find something new, there's a hole, as counsel described it, then you try to find evidence to plug up the hole that's new discovery. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to depose the witness. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to do X, Y, and Z. That's just not the way it should be. It shouldn't be done by surprise. So
it's clear this was not a new item. This was just that all of the information was supposed to be identical.
you found it. You had a meeting with the detective in May when we're in hiatus because I'm on vacation. Right? Got a meeting with him in May after we picked a jury, and when we're ready to, we're in the middle of jury selection. We picked it. You did it, and you said, well, he tells you, or you ask him, do you have more, programs to go ahead and provide the information, and you find out there's another program, and he runs the program, does a different download with something other than Cellbrite, and therefore you have more information. Don't make the defense aware of it. You hold that to yourself. You go ahead and put on a couple weeks of trial testimony, and then when it comes up after he, in cross-examination, points something out, you bring it up and say, well, by the way, I told him, detective in our pretrial meeting, it came up and he has the program and we can use it and we're doing it. All right? And, but you don't tell him about it. You just go ahead and hold it, keep it close to the vest yourself. Don't explain it to him. And then you say, when it comes up at trial, I say, what was that? I don't have the report yet. That's why I didn't turn it over to him. It didn't disclose it's coming. It seems to me that's not what's supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen, period. That's a discovery violation. Okay? So, as far as the detective Moretti, and whatever other form he used, that's not coming.
Okay.
All right? That's the sanction. If you have other information, other discovery that's in the works, you better share it with them, because right now, if you don't have it, they're not aware of it now. It's not coming in unless there's something extraordinary that pops up. And just because, you find out they have additional capabilities and you want to go retest something, that's not extraordinary on my way of thinking. I'm not familiar with what the case law says. It just seems to me that this is a fundamental fairness thing. You have evidence, you need to turn it over to them. If you didn't turn it over to them, you can't use it. That's really the basic.
Understood, Your Honor. And so everything has been turned over. That was the only item of which there was additional investigation done on to see if there was any other information or anything else that came out. It was reported to me that it was identical in terms of the information that was done through Grady versus Celebrite on that. So defense counsel is attacking the veracity of the Celebrite program on that. So with regards to that, that's the only reason why that would even be brought up. But I understand that, so we can move forward on that. I do want to address one other issue while we're outside the presence of the jury. Counsel keeps objecting to publishing of items that are already in evidence and making speaking objections. So just ask if Your Honor could address that specific issue, because the state can publish the items that are in evidence in the presentation of their case, and defense can object if there's something that has not been admitted or something to that effect. But in terms of the speaking objections and things like that, those are improper in front of the jury.
Thank you. All right, no speaking objections.
Understood.
When do you expect this documentation to come over?
I think the printer just started working,
And I provided it to Ms. Liberty.
Do you have those, Ms. Liberty?
Yes, confirmed, Judge.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury in.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury as well as the Senate, Devin, his counsel, the attorneys. Our witness remains on the standing. Counsel, you can continue with your direct examination.
Okay, so we had left off, we were talking about the red phone and the blue phone. And just to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the red phone number?
That is listed at the top of the slide. It's 772-713-9807.
And then the blue phone number?
The blue phone number is 954-248-9081.
Okay, so going back, you have a little green box with the numbers 154-129-11. What is that?
That is the name of the tower and the sector.
Okay. And the times that are listed below, what are those indicative of?
So there's a time that says 3:20 a.m. in blue, it says 3:20 a.m. in red, and that is the time from the records that the blue phone and the red phone each respectively connected to that tower.
So based on what you're showing here, what can you tell us about where the blue phone and the red phone were at 3:20?
So generally in the area around New Era Studios.
Okay. As you're moving across the slide, what are we looking at?
So we see a series of towers that the red phone and the blue phone were observed by as they move from east to west. So you see here's a line of towers generally in this area, kind of 1595 down I-75, and then the last ones at the end of the slide are the west, kind of by the intersection of the tower that's near the intersection of Pines and US 27. The tower is 63035, sector 15 at 3:57 a.m. That tower saw each of these phones.
So I want to make sure it's clear when you're the 3:20 a.m. that's on the right side of the screen. Can you kind of show in order the way the towers are plotted?
Yeah, so I didn't know the time for each tower because then it would be just a mess of boxes in the slide. But generally, these towers in the northeast, and then sequentially, chronologically, as time went on, these towers were used. This tower was used later in that tower, and this tower, and that tower. And so as time went on, from 320 closer to 357, these towers were used.
And based on your training and experience, what does that tell you about how the phones were moving in relation to one another between 3:20 and 3:57 a.m.?
Yeah, so in my opinion, that's consistent with the devices moving generally together.
So you mentioned that there are some in which there is red and blue together. So I want to focus in. There's one here. It looks like at the intersection of Flamingo Road and I-75. And 595 rather. The red with the blue. What does that mean when you have them overlaid like that?
So that tower saw both the red phone and blue phone.
Okay. Is that at the same time or are they at separate times?
Could be either.
So going on to the phone of the 772-713-9807, what are we looking at this slide titled 3:47 a.m.?
So this is a plot of timing advanced data, and it shows that two data points basically from the engineer report. The tower 64337, sector 2, that pointed south, recorded the red phone at two data points, one at 3:47:13 a.m., one at 3:47:24 a.m. The measurement that was that phone at those times was 0.24 miles from the tower.
So you said it's two different times, but it's the same measurement. How do you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That's what the records recorded.
Okay. And in terms of by having two data points along, are they going to be in the same exact spot?
Well, I mean, it could be or it could not be. So the 0.24 miles from the tower is this red arc here. And I guess your question is the phone in the same spot or not? I don't know. Those are two data points close to time. They're separated by 11 seconds. So the phone certainly could be stationary. The phone could also be moving. For instance, at one point it could be here, at the other point it could be there. There are both possibilities and can't determine for this step.
In terms of you don't have any cameras if it's stuck at a red light or anything like that?
I don't.
Okay. So that was the 772-713-9807 at 3:47 a.m. Okay. Moving on to the 772-713-9807 from 3:52 to 3:53 a.m. Could you explain what you're illustrating and the data shows on this slide?
Okay, so this shows 2 data points, both using the same tower and sector, tower 151, 685, sector 13. And the first data point is at 3:52:58.
Okay.
That's this arc here. That's 0.58 miles from the tower. Then 50 seconds later, at 3:53:48 a.m., the arc is 1.16 miles from the tower, this other arc.
And in terms of the distance between the two arcs, what is that amount?
It's a little bit over half a mile,
And the time frame in between those two arcs is how long?
about 50 seconds.
Based on the records and that you have, can you give a information as to where that phone was along those arcs?
Based on the records that I have,
Yes. Based on other additional information that was provided to you, can you make a determination as to where it's more likely than not the phone was?
yes.
And where is that?
So the phone moved half a mile, 50 seconds. That's consistent with vehicle term. It's too fast for a phone to go. That's 30 miles an hour. So there's a couple places that the phone could be logically. For instance, it could be going east to west on Pines. It could be going north to south on 184th. Those are both options. There's a data point that was provided to me. That was for this analysis was I was asked, hey, the detective recovered some video footage from Montessori Academy that he believed these devices might be in a vehicle that was seen driving by around this time. The detective asked, is the cell data consistent with these devices being in a vehicle? In my opinion, yes.
Okay. The data points that we're looking at, are those the only data points that exist in this case?
No, but these are the data points that from 352 and 353.
No. So going on to now the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. The 4 a.m. to 4:03 a.m. Can you describe what information is contained here?
So both phones were seen the same tower and sector, tower 63035, sector 15. At 4 o'clock and 36 seconds, the blue phone was 1.45 miles from the tower. We have 2 data points on the red phone, one at 4 a.m. 54 seconds, one at 4:14 seconds. The red phone was reported being 1.5 miles from the tower and 1.45 miles from the tower.
So when we're looking at here, this purple area, why is that?
Because the red and blue phones are both, they are red and blue mixed purple. So
Just in case anyone's colorblind. So, with regard to the locations along this arc, can you narrow down in any way where the phones are along that arc?
yeah, the cell records, like it tells that there's somewhere within. Yeah.
And in terms of if you're looking at it in the totality of the circumstances based on the other records and information that you have, can that help and assist you in rendering an opinion as to where the phones are located?
Yes.
And where would that be?
So the red flag depicts the crime scene. The detectives told me about and they asked, is it possible for these devices to have been the crime scene? In my opinion, yes. The data is consistent. It includes devices being in the area of the crime scene at this time.
Okay. So going on to the 772-713-9807 phone at 4:06 a.m. What information or data are you showing here?
So this shows the red phone at 406.22. There's a data point where it's back on tower 63047, sector 3. It's 1.02 miles from the tower. So in this band here.
Okay, and in terms of where it is along that band, can you give a more definitive answer?
From the cell phone records alone, no. The reason for this slide, this analysis, was because the detective had video footage from Montessori Academy again at a certain time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry, repeat your question.
So based on these records, can you say where the phone was along that band?
And your objection is a call for hearsay?
That was a reasonable question, Judge.
Thank you. Proceed, you can answer the question.
So based on these records, can you say where along the band it was?
No.
Was other physical evidence provided for you to?
I don't think I saw physical evidence. No.
Oh. So going on to the next slide, the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. If you can explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different towers for both the red and blue phone between 417 and 423. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where at 417.43, the blue phone is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles from the tower. Shortly after that, 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22, 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related and direct and distant from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones move north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone both over here, and now they're over here and over here.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame,
Yes, 417 to 423.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form.
Okay. So going on to the blue phone, 954-248-9081, 4:40 a.m. to 5:52 a.m. What data points and what information do you have on that phone?
So there's a lot of data points, many data points for the blue phone during this time period. All the timing advance bands were 0.82 to 0.87 miles from the tower. Tower 6G, 492, Sector 3. Each of those bands, the 0.82 miles and 0.87 miles are shown here.
Okay. Does that phone then, that's all the data that you have as for that particular blue phone?
Right.
Okay. Now to go to the 4:40 a.m. for the 772-713-9807, where does your data show that phone to be in the area of?
So at 4:40 a.m., at this point, the phones are clearly separate. At 4:40 a.m., we have 2 different types of data points that we plotted here. At 4:40:31, we have timing advance data, which shows that the phone is 0.5 to 8 miles from this tower. And then at 4:40:34 a.m., the red phone makes an outgoing call using that cell site for that tower in Sector 62407, Sector 12.
Okay, and the outgoing phone call that is made, is that identified from the records?
Yes,
And what is that? I'm sorry.
that is a outgoing call to phone number 954-376-9158.
Okay. Does the red phone ever coincide again with the blue phone on the same arc that covers the hospital?
No.
So that was the first analysis that you did. Did you do additional ones?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to the sprint and records and analysis that you did. Council, you're clear which one? So when, with the sprint records that you were given, did you have the same measurement or distance data for those phones?
No, we had a similar report, which is the planning advance, Brent calls it the call measurement data report. It's formatted differently, it's different network, it's different company, but it has, generally the same types of information contained in the report.
Oh, if there was going to be a distance in this report, where would it be shown?
It would be shown in column I.
Column I,
Yeah, just titled distance miles.
distance miles there. Okay. And to be clear, we're looking at the records here for 954-371-7895. Did Sprint provide the distance for column I at any point between 3 a.m. and 3:57 a.m.? Sorry, that's column 163. Was there any distance provided?
No.
Okay. The 164 column, or row 164, row 60, 166, 167, and 169 was distance provided by Sprint at that point.
Yes.
Are they from a different manufacturer or vendor of cell tower?
Yes.
Okay. So based on, and so on this, the state would also publish what's been previously admitted as state 63. And for the record, that is the 2018-2214-61555597 customer service management screen of Chris Thomas. And the second one is published as the customer service
Objection,
management
Your
screen of Duntavius.
That's the objection.
May we approach?
Sure.
And so now also publishing the 2018-221418-6155640 records that have been previously admitted into Sprint and previously admitted as part of State 63. Special Agent Collins, the number that you're looking at here on the screen, 772-713-2341. Did you do analysis for those records?
Yes.
Okay. And again, for the record, publishing the subscriber information previously admitted as State 63 for Chris Thomas. Going down to the next phone number, did you do a cellular analysis for the phone number 954-371-7895?
Yes.
And for the record, publishing what's been previously admitted as State 63 with an identified subscriber of Dontavius Withers. Okay. On the Sprint records, do you do substantially the same type of analysis that we talked about on the true call data analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And you use the same information to illustrate cell sites and cell sectors and
Yes.
towers?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the same demonstrative that's on what's labeled as page 3, you're still using the same symbols, the circle to represent a tower?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still using the same wedge or pie shape to identify a specific cell site?
Yes.
As to the next image that we're looking at, what does this show?
This shows the Sprint network in South Florida at the time of October 2008.
Does this fairly and accurately depict how the cell towers for Sprint were situated in October of 2018?
Yes.
we previously discussed the locations of interest. Were those the same as in the previous analysis that you did?
Yeah.
Why don't you put these all on one giant map together?
All the phones.
Yes.
Well, one, it would be a lot of phones. It could be like confusing to look at to see all the different data points. And so that was one of the reasons why.
Okay. So going on to the phone number, the 772-713-2341, the green phone on this, and 954-371-7895. Can you explain what we're looking at of this October 26th, 3:22 to 3:43 a.m.?
So, much like the red and blue phone, this shows that the green and the purple phone both use towers or seen by towers in the Fort Lauderdale area near the flag with the NE represents the area studios. At 3:22 a.m., the purple tower seen by Sprint Tower 168845, and then at 3:23 a.m., the green phone by a different tower, 32591.
Okay. And in terms of, to go back to the 772-713-9807 and 248-9081, you're showing the same or similar time frames.
Yes.
Oh. Do the phones, the green and the purple phone, move consistently together during this time frame?
During this time frame, yes.
Okay. And how can you say that?
The towers, again, advancing chronology, consistent with the phones moving together, generally south, moving west, and then south again. They were hitting the same towers, similar times, through this point.
Moving on to now 3:43 to 3:57 a.m. What are you showing and illustrating on this slide?
So this is only the purple phone. And you'll see that there's several towers installed the purple phone during this time period. Unfortunately, because we didn't get distance information in the report, we can't tell where, in relation to those towers, this device is. So you'll see that there's overlap between the towers, right? Like for instance, between 343 and 352, there were multiple times this tower saw the phone. But during that time period, this tower also saw the phone at 348. During that time period, this tower also saw the phone at 349. 350, this tower saw it. So we have multiple towers from all different locations where the antennas are generally pointing that direction that saw the phone, but we don't have distance information.
Are there any phone calls or anything that would indicate that the phone used one of those towers as the clearest, strongest signal and make a phone call?
No.
Then going on to the 772-713-2341. Is this using some of the same towers?
Some of them.
Okay, and if we can just kind of go back and forth a little bit to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which ones are the same and which ones are different.
Sure. So I believe all three of these are the same, but the purple ones, or the purple phone had multiple other towers that were used.
Okay. To look at tower 336-234-3. I'm trying to overlay them as, are they using the same antenna on that tower?
No.
Okay. Is this consistent with the phones being together?
No, in my opinion, this shows that the phones were separated.
So, and then in terms of the final analysis at 3:49 a.m., if you could, for the 772-713-2341 tower, if you could identify that on this exhibit, which is page 9.
The tower that recorded the phone at 349,
Yes.
this one in the center, tower 3360972.
Okay. And then in terms of the final tower, the 3:57 a.m., if you could identify that one.
It's the western edge of the the map area, tower 336, 234, sector 3.
So going on to the third analysis you did in this case. Did you do an analysis again for the phone number 772-713-9807, the red phone, and 954-376-9158?
Yes.
And in terms of the 954-376-9158, is that the same phone number you testified to was the phone call at 4:40 a.m. and on the 772 phone?
Yes.
Okay. So going on to those, do you again use the same information to depict timing advance and cell sites and everything of that nature?
Yes.
The two phones, is it important to know what network a phone is on before you do the mapping?
Yes.
Okay. Were both of these phones on the same network?
Yes.
On this particular one, what network were both phones on?
T-Mobile.
Okay, so back to the red phone. And these, again, fairly accurately depict the location of the T-Mobile towers of October of 2018.
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one on this particular item?
There's an additional one.
And what item or additional location is on this map that is different from the others?
The Toscana Apartments, 5700 Toscana Lane, Margate, Florida. It's shown with on the map with an orange flag with a white letter T on it.
And if you could just circle it so it's clear to the jury where that's at.
Here's on the map. Here's the actual location.
Everything else remains the same?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 954-376-9158, the kind of turquoise phone, what information are you showing from 1:08 a.m. to 8:23 a.m.?
So this is information from the call detail records, engineering data. This is calls and texts. It shows that between 1:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m., there are several calls and texts that the phone, to and from the phone, using two different sectors of the same tower, shown here with two different wedges.
And so based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally it's kind of apartments.
Moving on to October 26, 2018, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this turquoise phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the engineering data, the timing advance information, as well as information from the call detail records. So first, 12:01, 12:02, the phone, turquoise phone, is in these two bands here. First, this one is a little closer to the tower, it's 0.63 miles away, and then the second band is 0.73 miles from the tower. During that time period, also at 12:01:39, the turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this location is what?
It's 12:05 when the time advance measurement is recorded as 1.02 miles from this tower south of it.
Okay. Going on to 12:06:07 to 12:12:37.
So during that time frame, there's measurements from two different sectors in the same tower. So we see on the one hand that there's arcs here that are either 1.45 and 1.5 miles from the tower.
Okay.
But also during that time period, we have measurements from a different side of that tower. They're 1.5 and 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and in terms of the location, is there anything you can say with specificity as to where that phone was at 12:07?
No, I mean, I think that I would generally look for the phone to be someplace where the arcs are overlaid, or an area where we've seen both sectors, but you can't in isolation do it.
Do the cell phone towers overlap in their sectors?
Yes, they do.
Oh. Going on to October 26, 12:14 to 12:20 a.m., the 954-376-9158 phone number, the turquoise phone. What are we looking at in this image?
So we're starting down here, south on US 27, or on the tower near the area behind, so US 27 pointing south. At 12:14 p.m., the band is 1.45 miles from the tower. Then a few seconds later, it's 1.21 miles from the tower. It's getting closer. A few seconds later, it's 0.97 miles from the tower. And then 0.48 miles from the tower. Then it's in this band on a different sector, but perhaps still closer to the tower, traveling in the same direction, 0.60 miles. And then to the north, 1.1 and 1.6 miles from the tower.
And so in terms of the north to south distance of each of these bands, how wide are they? If we're looking at the north to south, aspect between here and here, what type of, remind ladies and gentlemen, what, is this still on a 4G phone?
Yes, yeah. So each of those arcs is still 78 meters deep.
Okay. Based on the multiple locations that you have, do you have an opinion as to how that phone or handset was traveling?
Yeah, I think the data is consistent with phone traveling south and north during that time.
Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26, 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 91158. And then at 12:01, the red phone is this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:07 to 12:12, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. Right? They're both on the same hour, the same time, near Pines and US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
Can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same vehicle?
No.
Going on to the 772-713-9807 phone from October 26, 2018, from 12:14 p.m. to 12:21 p.m. What data are you illustrating in this particular slide?
So the first data point, 12:14:47, is this band here, 1.02 miles from this tower. The next one, 12:16:28, is this band here, 0.92 miles from the tower. Then continuing on at time, at 12:18:08 p.m., the red phone's in this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. And then at 12:18:28, 0.68 miles from the tower. And then finally at 12:21:17, 0.29 miles from this tower.
And in terms of that was the end of that mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case.
Yes.
Do all of the maps fairly and accurately represent your testimony that you just gave?
Yes.
In terms of, we talked a little bit about cell phone signal and things like that. Does being in a parking garage or being at elevation change your analysis of where the phones would be?
I mean, it's no.
If there was something that was a red flag in the data, what do you do to catch that?
If I see a red flag for whatever reason, something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to look at it much more closely. Trying to figure out, okay, what is the issue? Is there an issue? And, yeah.
Was there any such information or issues that in the records that you looked at in this case?
No.
Can you ever say why a phone picks a particular tower or doesn't pick a different one?
Yes. So if we're talking about making a call or sending a text, and the call detail records, the phone picks the tower based on its readings of signal strength and signal quality. The phone always picks the tower with clear, strong signal. If we're talking about the engineering data, what the network sees, why the network reports the distance measurement from one tower instead of another, no, I don't know why.
No. In terms of, can you tell whether or not a specific tower was working on the evening in question?
If there's a record associated with that tower, it was working on the evening.
There's other mapping software that's available. Does the FBI use a specific mapping software when doing this?
Yeah, we have a couple different programs. I used one program,
Okay, and what is that?
ESPA.
What is that specifically?
ESPA is a program for self-internet.
Why do you use that specific program?
What's this tool, the one tool that we have, and they meet our needs or requirements as an agency.
In terms of just plugging the latitude and longitude into Google Maps, is that something you can testify to based on those records?
Yes.
And do you use that and the latitude and longitude that are in that timing advance data to determine where the phone was?
So I didn't use the latitude longitude to produce that report. Could I use it? Could I plot them in ESPA or Google Maps and put it on? Sure. Yeah, that's what I do.
Why don't you rely on them?
I don't rely on when I'm doing my expert testimony because I don't understand all the factors that go into the network driving that estimated location for the device. For the investigative leads, there's nothing I'm looking for a kid, of course. I'm making my report for expert testimony. I use the time in advance to understand the math.
And in terms of, is the math constant?
Yeah.
Do you take into account, you mentioned the UTC time versus local time? Do you take that into account in all the records when you're looking at those?
Yes.
Does the power of the antenna or cell site affect your analysis on the speed of light and the distance from the tower for each cell phone?
No.
Can you explain what is tower loading?
Tower loading. Like when a tower gets overloaded?
Correct.
Okay. So towers have a finite capacity. There's not unlimited network resources for a phone company. So generally, you're able to make calls or text whatever you want, right? Like towers generally don't get overloaded, but it is possible for towers to get overloaded. So the way you see that, I guess, would be one, if you're trying to make a call. If you've ever experienced the phenomenon where you're looking at your phone, like say it would have to be an event where there's a ton of phones, like an unexpected, unanticipated flux of devices and people, like say the Super Bowl or something like that, and there's just incredible demand for network resources. Everybody's trying to Facebook Live or make calls, take video, everything. So if you've ever been in a situation where you're looking at your phone and you see, man, I have like great service for bars, but I try and place a call, and the call just won't go through. The towers, those might, could be, the towers are remote, you just can't handle your call.
Okay, and in terms of, would that be something that the phone would be able to see in the phone record?
So if the tower is overloaded, the phone won't know that it's overloaded, right? The phone can't see or doesn't have a view into what the network is handling, which is why your phone has identified a particular antenna as the one that offers the clear, strong signal. It says you've got 4 bars from this antenna, this is the one I'm going to connect to. It doesn't know that antenna is overloaded, so that's why when you have 4 bars, it sends trying to make a call. The call doesn't connect, it just won't go through it. The phone doesn't know, oh, I should be looking for an extra antenna someplace. All it knows is that antenna.
And if there's no records or no entry in the records, can you analyze any of that data?
No, obviously, I only am able to analyze the data that I have data for.
In terms of the mapping and everything that you've created, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone data and records that you just specified here?
Yes.
Does it in terms of as you're creating it, are you creating it as an expert in cell phone data and mapping?
Yes.
Do you do validation and verification of the data and the information that you're relying on?
So, through my training experience, I know that the time in advance data is very accurate. And we talked about that earlier or yesterday, where it's like having real life validation for it. Like, yes, I've done historic cell site analysis validated by finding the phone in the place where I expected to be or see video of the person with the device at that point in time.
All right. Your Honor, we may approach Shine. Your Honor.
What's the objection?
The objection is that although those diagrams might accurately present what he testified to, his testimony alone talks about those diagrams are inaccurate, imprecise, excuse me. Specifically, he stated in his testimony that there is a margin of error. If you look at those diagrams, it appears that the phones are traveling together. It looks like they're at the same location. But if you listen to what his testimony says, one, there's a margin of error. He also goes on to say that specifically the precision is limited and cannot precisely determine the location of the phones when the mapping tends to show a precise location. The maps alone contradict his testimony. Furthermore, these charts tend to place the phones together. As you heard the testimony, it looks like they're overlapping. However, he also testified that even though it shows that the phones are together, there's this band that the phone could be on this end of the band or the other phone could be on this end of the band. I believe that precision is over miles. I would state that it's misleading and highly prejudicial to a jury to be admitted. And I would also remind the court, I thought we had addressed this yesterday, and he stated that his reports were not going to be coming in. And she does bring up the 403 on the test. If I look at this case law that she goes through, prong 4 is not met, stating pursuant to section 90.403 Florida statutes, the evidence, although technically relevant, must not present a substantial danger of unfair prejudice that outweighs its probative value. And that's exactly what these demonstrative charts are doing.
Thank you. Anything else from the defense?
No, Judge.
Anything else from the state?
Just rely on the case law.
Counsel, it appears to me that, we talked the other day about the report per se, not coming into evidence. Counsel just wanted, my understanding, to do it wholesale, and I said I didn't think that was appropriate, and I'm sustaining the objection to put that in there. But that's different from the maps and things like that. It appears to me that that it meets all the criteria as stated in the case that counsel provided here, and the witness identified it, he spoke about it, he explained it, and I don't disagree with you that he said it's not. There are some variances in it, and that's been brought out in direct examination. I'm sure you agree that in cross-examination as well. I don't believe there's any 403 analysis that's not some type of unfair prejudice, substantial chance of unfair prejudice or anything along those lines. This is exactly what he testified to. So I didn't suggestion I was overruled. These are items QQQ, RRR, that's still be admitted. You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring the witness back in. Let's get the jury in.
Jury entered.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the alert to the defendant. Defendant is counsel, the state attorney, lady of the jury, or witness. Claiming problems remain on the stand. If you come outside the present, the state offered items QQQ, RRR, and SSS. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and they were admitted into evidence. What's the
Space QQQ will be 65, space RRR will be 66, and space SSS will be 67.
thank you. Counsel, jury, may proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Special Agent Collins, I want to go through on some of the timing advance records. And just so for the purposes of what we're talking about, it's row 139, 140, 141, 142, and 143 of the 772-713-9807 phone records. The latitude and longitude you mentioned, this would be covering the times from 3:48 a.m. through 3:52 a.m. You indicated that the latitude and longitude are the first columns that are put there. And then the next column, column C, is called confidence.
Yes.
What does the confidence column modify?
It refers to columns A and B.
So is there a numerical value that's assigned to the low, high, and medium data entries in column C, the confidence?
So confidence refers to that's T-Mobile's determination of, based on the number of data points that they have used to derive or estimate the device's location with that latitude and longitude, refers to, or gives us confidence of like low, medium, or high based on the number of data points, basically.
And in terms of, do you use that in any way, shape, or form to testify to where you are placing the phone in your analysis?
No.
Okay. the question as to the difference between accuracy and precision. Can you explain that?
Sure. So, precise, I guess, would be much more narrow. In other words, the latitude and longitude we were just talking about, like that is incredibly precise. That refers to a particular point on Earth. But it may not be completely accurate. Like there could be a margin of error in it. So, for instance, if there's a margin of error that says, okay, like I'm giving you a precise point, a particular latitude, longitude coordinates, but my margin of error is 800 meters. Well, that might not be very accurate. What you're saying is somewhere within an 800 meter radius of this latitude. So, I guess the precise would be very accurate, whether it's reliable or not. In other words, like a cell site used by the phone to make a call, for instance, that's not a very precise area. We're talking about a general coverage area of an antenna. But it's completely accurate. There's no denying that is the cell site that the phone saw was the cell sector that gave it the clearest, strongest signal. So it's very, very accurate. It's not very precise. It's the size of the coverage area.
Okay. And so last but not least, the state would just be publishing part of State 64. The top number, the 954-376-9158, is that the cell phone that you did the analysis on one of the?
It's one.
It's one of the phone numbers.
Yes.
Okay. For the record, publishing part of State 64, contact list for the phone number 954-376-9158 from the phone extraction 772-713-9807. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Do you have any cross-examination?
I do have a cross-examination, Judge. If you remember before court, I had asked that we take a break before.
Oh, yes, that's it. Council, 2 minutes to set up. My thought is, we just take a lunch and recess now, so do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in front of you. Research. It's now, looks like 5 and 12, so how about if we see everybody back here, 1:15. All right, does that give you enough time? Yep. All right, 1:15 for lunch. Don't discuss the case, no research. Leave your notepads on your chair. I'll give the career reflective provision, excuse counsel, non-law defendant. Anything to discuss? Ladies and gentlemen.
No, Mr. Attorney, I'll bet that in the request.
All right, so see everybody back at 1:15. All right. Have a nice lunch. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the Senate, Mr. Devon, the council, Assistant State Attorney, ladies and gentlemen from the jury, and our witness, Ricky Collins, the name on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I first had a nice lunch. We broke. Council had not yet had an opportunity to commence their cross-examination of this witness, so we're going to turn it over to the defense now. Council, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent Collins.
Good afternoon, Ms. Liberty.
Nice to see you in person. The last time we met, I think it was over Zoom.
Yes.
And last time we met, you actually told us you were working for the terrorism squad section of the FBI.
The transnational organization.
Okay, and that's where you learned the tax reports as a collateral duty, correct?
No, I started doing task collateral duty when I was a special agent working gangs, partner of safety scanning unit. And then I started doing terrorism investigations as my primary job, continued doing CAS the collateral duty. Then I did CAS full-time in DC as a supervisor. And then I got promoted to field supervisor, which is my current job. I do that exclusively.
So you're still supervising organized crime?
Yes.
So you do any of the task work with organized crime?
No.
So do you know, if you know, when's the last time you actually did a task report? An actual one for an actual case, when's the last time?
This would be, so I kept all the cases that I had done previously that had been adjudicated.
Okay.
I have not taken new cases since becoming a supervisor.
And just curious, from the last time we spoke, which was about a year ago to now, has anything changed with the technology that we should be aware of? Right. So you had testified earlier talking about timing exempts, and you said with T-Mobile they call that true data, correct?
Time in advance is the principle where the network is able to calculate the distance from a tower. T-Mobile has a brand called TrueCall that they use to do that.
And who within T-Mobile would do the true call? Is that engineers? Who would know that information?
I don't know.
I'm going to put up your report. And looking at this band. Oh, I do. Sorry.
Thank you, Gary.
Right, so this is your report. And we have this band here that kind of looks like, I know last time you called a hot dog, I like to call it like macaroni. But what does this band represent?
That is the timing advance band. So the engineering report, the TrueCall report from T-Mobile would say the distance from the tower is 0.24 miles. And so then, based on the timing advance measurement, which in 4G is 78 meters, that band is 78 meters deep, so it would be plus or minus 39 from 2.4 miles on either side.
So plus or minus, so it's an estimated distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. How does T-Mobile determine? I think you testified earlier that T-Mobile determines the distance by speed times time equals distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. And how fast does that signal travel?
At the speed of light.
All right. And you testified earlier that the speed of light is a static number, correct?
Yes.
However, I tried to do the math myself because I think I'm really smart. And one of the things that I came across when I was looking at the speed of light was that it could actually be a 3 times 10 to the 8th power meters per second, or the actual number is 2.99792458 times 10 to the 8th power. So if you know, is T-Mobile using the higher number of the 3 or using the actual number for the speed of light?
I don't know.
Okay. But you would agree, when we're dealing with the meters per second, that could actually be a big distance, correct?
Yeah, so obviously the bigger the distance or the bigger the time, then the more significant the distance or the difference between those two numbers would be, yes.
And just curious, would that estimate, because we talk a lot about sectors and I'll get further into it, is it possible that that estimate would change what sector you're paying off of?
Possible.
Well, let me ask you this,
No.
because if you're dealing with a meter, if we're dealing with a meter, it's 3 feet, 3 inches, correct?
Yeah.
And if I'm off by 4 or 5 meters, we're talking about like 15 feet basically, correct? A little bit more than 15 feet.
Yeah, so I guess at some point there always has to be a transition from one sector to the other, because they have multiple sectors. So on the sector boundary, could that change? I guess, yeah, there's a possibility of that for sure.
Okay. Can you do this calculation yourself?
Which calculation?
The calculation of the speed times time equals distance. Can you do that math yourself
Yes, I can.
by hand? And would you include time stamps when you did that calculation?
So I didn't do that calculation for this report. I used the distance that was in the engineering records that T-Mobile gave it produced. If they gave me the time, and we could use either 3.0 or 2.99, whatever the other number to use that is for the speed of light. I can do math if that was your question, but for this report, I did not do that math to produce these distances.
Okay. So can you tell me about any publication that would tell us about these expected accuracy of the timing advance records?
Nope.
All right. You haven't. So in your map, throughout your map, you talk about these bands and the distance from the tower. Is there any publications or any other data that you have that would explain how accurate that is?
No.
Do you know of any scientific testing outside of the legal community as to this whole cell tower stuff?
In the cellular community, because this is an important part of how cell phones work on a cellular network.
Okay.
But apart from that, no.
Okay. You show that band as a plus or minus 10 miles, correct? Is that the width of it?
No, it's 78 meters.
All right. And could you break that down? How big would that be? If you were to compare, like, would that be a football field, 2 football fields?
No, it's less than a football field, slightly less than a football field.
So it's slightly less, like 3/4 of a football field.
Something like that.
And do you have any factual basis that would back that up?
Factual basis for what 78 meters is?
Yeah. No, well, the distance, the approximation of the span. Do you have anything that would back that up?
As to why it's 78 meters?
Yeah.
Because that's what based on how the technology works, based on 4G, that's what the time advance is. That's just what it is.
So did T-Mobile tell you this in your training, or how did you figure it out?
Yeah, through my training experience, not T-Mobile specifically, but I guess regardless of whether it's T-Mobile or Verizon, Sprint, 4G technology, the time advance is 78 meters.
All right. So is this an estimate that's being made by T-Mobile?
The distance?
Yeah.
The tower?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So would you say that this is T-Mobile's best estimate and it's actually no more accurate than the call detailed records themselves?
Well, so I think that in my opinion experience, generally the time advance is accurate. Call detail records are accurate. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I was just asking, is T-Mobile's best estimate on this map correct? Is it any different or any more or less accurate than the call data records, the CDR?
Well, the call detail records will have to be more accurate because they are less precise. So without a doubt, that is the sector that the phone chose. The timing advanced measurement, in my experience, is accurate, but there are factors that could make it less accurate than the call detail records. For instance, we just talked about how the difference of whatever 3 100ths in math could make a difference in the calculation of distance. Earlier we talked about how like multipath signal bounces off multiple surfaces on the way to the phone or on the way from the phone back to the tower. That would increase the amount of time that it traveled, which would then also increase the distance. So although I think the timing advance is accurate, because it's more precise, there's the potential for it to be less accurate than call detail records.
So do you know of any publications or studies that would back up your opinion?
No.
Okay, so based on the information, you can't really tell the court precisely which locations these phones are following, can you?
One of the limitations of cellular analysis is that you can only say a general area where the device would be at any time.
All right. So even with the general analysis, all of the stuff that we've gone through for about 4 or 5 hours, at the end of the day, you can never give an exact location.
True.
All right. Can you tell us if the phone is on a highway?
So that depends. From one data point, no, you can't. You just general area where the phone would be. If you have multiple data points, you may be able to infer an opinion as to where you think it is. For instance, like in this case, if you see the device traveling from east to west, the towers along 595, and the time between those towers, you could infer what the speed would be, and say, okay, I think it's likely that they're on the highway because I know the area, or they're on State 34 traveling a certain speed. But from the cellular data alone, no, you can't tell the phone's a car, side of the road.
So can you tell if it's in the woods?
No,
How about another residence located in the area?
no,
And could you tell if somebody was walking around a car with the phone? Would you be able to tell that?
no.
Okay. Go back to your report. So it'd be your testimony that this phone, 9807, could be from here to here, correct?
Yes.
And what was the distance from here to here?
Oh, I don't know what the distance is from one end of that illustrated arc to the other.
Okay. Well, can you actually guarantee that the phone is in that arc?
No.
Or why can't you guarantee that it's in this arc?
So that arc depicts the time advance measurement with the counting for including the 78 years time in advance, which is all the resolution you can get. Why I can't guarantee that it's there as well. One, the sectors themselves, the sector itself. So that's an illustration, it's an approximation of the sector, right? Like talked earlier about it being a flashlight to illustrate the direction that the cell is going. And when we drew a flashlight, we draw a cone or something that looks like this. But everyone who's used a flashlight knows that it's not actually like a tube on a paper towel. It's not actually just a tube, right? And like it's brightest here and it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So although in this illustration, there's hard black arms that say this is the limit of the sector, that's not really the case. There's some bleed open. So that's the first point, is that it could be, in this instance, potentially over here, potentially over here. Second instance is, as we talked about, if there was something that delayed the signal traveling from the tower to the phone or back, that would make the distance longer than where the phone actually is. So, it's depiction of the records. Both 100% accuracy is that the phone has to be in this band. I can't say that 100%.
Okay. And I did switch the page, so we're looking at your page 12 of your report. I'm looking at this. Can you tell the court if the phone is between these two bands at any given time?
Well, I infer, in my opinion, yes, because it had to have been at some point in time between those two bands, because it was here at 350 or somewhere within this area at 352, 58, and somewhere here at 353, 48. So to get from here to here, we had to be somewhere between them at some point.
But didn't you tell us earlier that you don't always necessarily connect to the tower closest to you as the one with the best signal? So could it be possible that this is actually the tower with the best signal and the phone is nowhere in that sector?
So this is from the engineering report. So the engineering report had two measurements for this tower and sector, the 0.58 miles and the 1.16 miles. The engineering report does not, that's the network's perspective. So what I was talking about, what they call detail records, where the phone measures the clearest, strongest signal, and then picks the tower or the antenna on the tower that offers the clearest, strongest signal, then that's what they call detail records. The engineering reports is the network's perspective.
So where did you get the engineering reports from?
From Jamell.
So didn't you previously testify that Detective Moretti gave you these records?
Yes,
So did they come from Moretti or from T-Mobile?
from Detective Moretti.
All right. And so the engineering report, is it what Ms. Bradley, the state attorney, had put up previously, all these numbers and environment? Is that
Yes.
okay? Do you double check that report?
What do you mean?
Do you validate it? So you get this report with all these numbers. Do you have a system in place on the FBI that you could cross-reference this to make sure that the latitude and longitude and the distance is actually what it's saying it is?
No.
So, do you even know if it's credible?
Director, outside the scope.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
So yeah, the accuracy of this report is pinned on those records being accurate. In my experience, the records that we get from telecommunications providers are accurate, which is why this works.
Well, let me ask you. So, have you ever had an engineer come through on any of your cases, the 130 cases that you had, and have them validate the information that you got from T-Mobile, Sprint, or whatever carrier it is?
So I've had cases where there was actually, no, not for me. I know of other cast assets who had cases where there was a red flag or a problem, and then we contacted the engineers and said, hey, there's something that that's not making sense. We need to look more into this. But for me, no.
You know of any instances in these records where a mistake or any oddity occurred?
No.
Right. So, and you already testified you did not request an engineer to assist you to review these records, correct?
Correct.
And you said that one of these bands would be a little less than 100 yards away?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you this engineering report that you're talking about. Okay. So there's a section on this engineering report that's labeled environment. All right, and it goes on to tell you, and I'm looking for, good thing I didn't do the cell tower analysis with BMS, so obviously I can't handle this modern technology, but you have a section in here called environment. I just want to find where it's at.
It's a lot.
But it's so small I can't even see it. But you know what I'm talking about when I talk about environment, correct?
Yes.
Do you rely on this?
No.
Why?
I don't know how it's calculated.
So, and it goes back to my other questioning. This document that's produced from T-Mobile, from their engineer, your engineering report says that T-Mobile can tell you if a phone is outside, inside. So, why do you rely on everything else in this document, but you won't rely on that column?
So I rely on the time in advance, I guess, just because I have, well, I think it really comes down to two things. One, because I understand speed of light times time equals the distance. And two, because I've done that and I've been able to validate that through my real world experience. That's why I have confidence in time in advance. When it comes to the environment and the latitude and longitude coordinates and their associated confidence level, why don't I use that? Well, I didn't use them in this report because I don't know all the factors that go into calculating those. And I don't have real world experience validating those or disproving from the speech of myself personally, whether they would be exact.
You had previously testified that in your training you actually get invited out to different cellular companies, right?
Yeah.
And did you get invited to T-Mobile?
Never been a team.
Okay. Do you know if any of your past people went to T-Mobile?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell us how T-Mobile can tell us if I'm indoors?
Don't know.
Have you ever performed any testing to determine if a phone is indoors or outdoors based on the timing advance records from T-Mobile?
No.
And is there any way for you to verify that environment column? The environment estimate from T-Mobile?
Yeah, if we wanted to test it, we could coordinate something with T-Mobile, or I'm sure T-Mobile could test it, where they would use test phones and do things that people do with phones, calls, texts, data. They would look at the phones on their record and say, like, okay, here's our control group, and here's what the data said, and here's where the phones actually were. So, is there a way to do that? I'm sure that.
We were kind of just talking about a hypothetical, because
Right.
as far as you know, it's never happened.
Right.
Okay. So, with the true-call distance estimates, has T-Mobile ever shared the calculation with you or possibly other members of the task team?
The calculation is the speed 3.0 or 2.997, whatever times the time. That's the calculation.
So have they shared that with you guys? Have you gone through to find out what exact number is, how they're coming up with these formulas, anything like that?
Yeah, and that's that calculation for time in advance. Again, that's not unique to T-Mobile. That's how all phones have to function on cellular networks. They have to have time in advance measurements. So it doesn't talk about multipliers and.
So it's just T-Mobile gives it to you. You have 100% trust in T-Mobile and its records. So you just get them and you go off of that, correct?
I plot the data from T-Mobile and do an analysis. I don't take anything for given as I do my analysis.
But you don't know if the numbers are correct because you don't have an engineer validating or rechecking it, do you? So you're,
I'm taking, relying on the accuracy of the records, yes.
right. So basically you're telling us that we're to trust an undisclosed calculation as being
Objection,
accurate.
argument.
Abstain.
Right. And do you not have any of the measurements for the underlying true call data?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of columns on this engineering report. It's possible that something is buried there, but I don't think so.
Go back to your report. So in this report, you say that the measurements of phone number,
Yeah. Just like a phone.
I'll move it up here. So your report says, you can come over and state if you want to, that these two phones, 9807 and 9081, are in the area of the crime scene, correct?
Does it say consistent with, or what's the,
Your language is cellular measurements are consistent with, yes, the two phones being in the area of the crime scene.
yes,
All right. But is it not true that they could also be over here?
yes,
And could 9807 be over here and 9081 be over here?
yes.
Could it be over here?
I don't think so, yes.
And right here.
Yes,
And again, this is an estimate because it could just be pinging to the tower with the best signal, correct?
no. Because this is from the engineering report.
Okay. So, page 14 of your report, you say that phone number 9807 is within this area, correct?
Yes,
But would you agree it's not actually touching any of the points of interest?
at that time,
Yes.
yes. If you, by points of interest, if you mean the locations that were highlighted earlier in the presentation, yes, it's not overlapping the Montessori Academy or any other place at that time.
Okay, let's turn to page 16 of your report. So does this show phone number ending in 9081 near the hospital?
Yes, that's consistent with the phone being at the hospital.
But this science is not actually precise enough to pinpoint the location of the phone, correct?
Correct.
So while you say it's consistent with it being at the hospital, you actually don't know that, do you?
From the cellular data alone, no.
But it's 17. Here you've mapped again the data for 9807. And again, would you agree that this macaroni does not touch any of the points of interest?
Yes.
Can you explain what this means? Can you see that?
340, the text box that you're pointing
Yeah,
to?
yes.
Yes, so that means that there were multiple data points on that tower inspector between 3:43 a.m. and 3:52 a.m.
Okay, so 3:43 to 3:52 a.m., that phone number was pinging off of this tower.
So it's from the engineering reports, and that tower saw the phone multiple times between 3:43 and 3:52.
Okay, so let's go over here, and what's this mean?
The same thing, all these cell sites that are shown are from the protocol measurement data from Sprint's engineering reports, and those towers, in that sector on that tower saw the phone at whatever time it's located.
Do you know the difference from this point to this point?
I'd imagine it's a couple miles.
So from this report, we're showing that there's a couple miles difference, but the phone is pinging over here at 3:49 but according to your report, between 343 and 352, it's pinging here. And what does this one mean right here?
348.
So it's pinging from this tower at 348.
That tower saw the phone.
Right. And then down here?
350.
So again, back here, between 343 to 352, it was pinging off of this tower. But at 350, it was down here.
No. The phone wasn't down there. It wasn't up here. The phone wasn't in any of those places. That's not what the data says. The data is saying that these towers at those times saw the phone. This is all from the engineering reports, which means that the towers, these towers that see them, are not necessarily the tower with the very strongest signal. It's not necessarily the serving cell that saw it. If we had distance information at these times, we'd see like a band, just like we did on the T-Mobile records. So for instance, at this one, 349, we'd see a distance, whether it's a number like this or like this, whatever. The distance column on that engineering report for all these data points was blank. We don't have distance. So we know that these towers saw the phone. And we know that they were not necessarily the serving cell. Could have been. Anyone who could have been, but we don't know that. And we don't have any calls on the call detail records to, cross-check and say, okay, well, which tower did the phone reach out to and they needed to call? So we're left with the question then is, well, what's this mean? Because as you we're just asking, as we were just talking about, 349 falls between 343 and 352. How could two towers in two completely different areas both see the phone? Well, they both did see the phone at different times because they registered that connection with the phone. So if you ask me what's my opinion, what's that mean? It's like, well, the phone was someplace where all these towers could see it. And I know that this one is pointed generally west, this one's pointed west-southwest, this one's pointed southeast, northeast, this way. So my conclusion would be that this data, which is hard to form a conclusion from because you don't have I don't have the distance information I want. It's not to say, okay, the phone is generally it's in Miramar. We know that, right? It's not in Fort Lauderdale or Miami. It's probably somewhere in the middle of all these towers. So if I'm asked a specific question, hey, is this consistent with the phone being in Silver Lakes? I would say yes. Is it consistent with the phone being in McDonald's? Yes. This is a.
So it could be anywhere in Miramar, basically.
It could be anywhere in Miramar. It could be anywhere kind of in this map area. I think it's a fair statement.
Okay. At any given time as well, correct? Because I just for the sake of my knowledge, when we look at this item that says 343 to 352, so I know it's hitting that tower throughout that time, right? But it's then also hitting this other tower at the exact same time, and 30 seconds it's hitting this other tower. Is that a fair statement?
The network's hitting the phone. The phone isn't in the network, but yes.
Okay, and then how far can a phone go? Is it 1 mile? Could it be between 1 mile and 20 miles? Or could a phone ping off a tower that's 50 miles away? Do you have any background on that?
Yeah, so it depends kind of what you're asking. If you're asking how far away can a phone be from a tower when it makes a call, well, that depends. If you're asking how far away can a tower see a phone, which is a different thing, because the phone choosing tower is going to rely on the phone's clear, strong signal, and that also depends. Generally, I see, something in the range of like a couple miles, but I've seen in extreme cases many miles that a tower can see a phone.
Okay. So even with this again based on that.
Yep.
Any area it could be in, it just ping.
To try and make a precise conclusion about a precise location for a phone on this data is not possible based on this data.
So wouldn't it be more accurate just to show a range of where it could be at rather than trying to do these curves and pinpoint the precision?
What do you mean?
I mean, you would agree with me that there are some unknowns. Even though we're talking about the speed of light static, we don't know what T-Mobile's using. Are they rounding up to the 3, or are they actually keeping the right number, correct?
Well, regardless of what they're doing, they're giving us a distance. That's the distance that's plotted. So we plot the distance, applying the records that T-Mobile gave us. Not saying, okay, the phone's, here or in this phone or something like that. Or saying, hey, this is what the records show.
Well, it seems like you're giving testimony that it's precise, but when we get to the data, how it's used, that it's actually really just an estimate. So is it precise, or is this an estimate that you're giving us?
I guess it's not an estimate like a, hey, just no number that's made up, just a ballpark payout of 10,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you're asking, I think you're asking about the accuracy, not the precision, because that number, like if it's the number is 0.54 miles, that's a precise number, right? That's down to hundreds of miles. You're asking how accurate is that number, and we'll say, okay, generally that's accurate. And that's why with my testimony, even when I have a precise number, like 0.54 miles from a tower, I still say, hey, it's consistent with it being at this location, where it's generally in the area of this apartment complex or something, because the possibility it may not be precisely there.
So based on that map, could it be possible that you had 2 phones registered to the same person on the same carrier being operated by 2 different people who were sitting next to each other? Can those 2 phones ping off different towers?
When you say ping off towers, you mean are you talking about the engineering report?
Yeah, the engineering report.
Could different towers see those phones?
Yeah, so
Yes.
we're both sitting in the car here.
Yep.
Is it possible that it's pinging off to here and then the other person's phone is pinging here?
Yes.
While they're next to each other.
Yes.
All right. Can you tell if this phone's in somebody's pocket?
No.
Can you tell if it's left on the car seat?
No.
Can you tell who had the phone?
No.
Okay. That's what it's like.
I'll just let you. There, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
You ready, may proceed.
So in terms of, I want to make sure we're clear, and it's very clear to the jury, what's the difference between the engineering report and the call detail report?
So the call detail records show what the phone was doing, like the phone's calls, the texts. They will list a tower and a sector in them. And that's the tower and the sector that the phone identified as the one that offers the clearest and strongest signals. That's the tower that the phone chose to connect to when it needed to make a call or send a text. That's the phone's perspective. The engineering report is a network's perspective, so different towers that may or may not be the service cell could have seen the phone.
Why is it important to differentiate between those two?
Because, so if I'm plotting a real report, and I plot a phone that was the serving, tower that was the serving cell, then I'm showing, okay, wherever the phone was in this coverage area, it's on this is the best tower, the strongest signal point. With the engineer's report, like the slide we were just looking at, none of those may have been the best one. So, if I'm looking at something that I plotted because of the call detail records, I would infer that that's probably the tower that's the closest with the best line of sight. With the engineering data, that may not be the case.
Okay, and so in the one we were just talking about, that was under the 3717895. That phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's discussion about the accuracy versus the precision of the records. Is this a precise estimate of which towers saw that phone?
Yes.
And how can you say that?
Because it listed, the records listed specific towers, they saw the phone at a specific time.
Are you ever going to say, based on the data that you have here, precisely where that phone was?
No.
What conclusions can you draw from this map based on your training and experience?
That the phone is generally somewhere in the area shown on the map. In my opinion, it's likely to be in the center of the map here, because that's where the direction that the antennas and towers that saw the phone are located.
So council asked you about the latitude and longitude columns that are on the call records from the engineering report.
Yes.
And so you mentioned that you do not validate these particular records.
Yes.
Could they be accurate?
They certainly could be accurate, yes.
Can you explain as to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you call 911, what does a cell phone provider send out to law enforcement?
At a minimum, asks us to provide the tower and sector code.
Oh. And at maximum, what can they provide?
I don't know.
Oh. In terms of those coordinates and things of that, is that also collected for the purposes of location for 911 emergency?
Maybe.
Okay. You had said that, and council asked you a lot about validating your findings, your records, your analysis. When you are doing the training and experience, do you validate the records that are given to you by going out and finding a specific phone in the field?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to validate your records with other corroborating information?
Yes.
For example, a video. Would that help validate your records if the phone is seen in the video?
Yes.
If there is video or surveillance footage of locations and the phone is seen in that area, would that validate your information?
Yes.
Is, for example, on the cell phone records that have been placed in the mapping of the 772-713-9807 and going to the 248-9081, 440 to 452 a.m. If that phone is found at the Miramar Memorial Hospital, would that validate your findings?
Yes.
Is cell phone technology new?
No.
How long has it been around?
Decades.
Okay. The materials and things that you were relying upon, how long have those been used?
A long time. More than a decade.
In terms of the difference between the 2.99 and 3 to the 10th, what types of difference in distance are you looking at when you're making those tiny advanced bands?
So, that's not a huge number, a huge difference between them, so that would be generally a small difference between the distance that's known there.
Are we talking meters or miles?
Meters.
In terms of the distance, you said it's 39 meters plus or minus each direction from the center of that location.
Yes.
The specific location that's plotted is based on the location of the tower.
Yes.
Is the tower a known quantity?
Yes.
Does the tower move?
No. I mean, they can, but as a director, no.
With regard to publications and trainings and things of that nature that you rely upon, are you trained in this area?
Yes.
What types of resources and materials are you used during your training with the FBI CAST analysis?
Yeah, so instructors from Florida Institute of Technology who teach cellular theory and network engineering, network engineers from all the major service providers, other related fields, or manufacturers, the ecosystem, and then also we have a lot of peer instruction as well.
In terms of if a child is kidnapped in Miami, are they going to call an engineer to find them?
No, they'll probably call the police or the FBI.
council asked and brought up a lot of things about the distance and the measurements in the records. Is it possible to go through the CDRs or in the instance of the Sprint, or for example, the engineering report on the 9807 phone number, and highlight instances of exactly where on your records it corresponds with the records that's provided from T-Mobile?
Yeah, we could go through line by line and say, here's the map I made, here's how the corresponding line and the T-Mobile report has.
And in terms of the records and things that were sent to you, were they forwarded with a T-Mobile email address attached to that?
Yeah, I got them on a thumb drive, and they had the certification from T-Mobile or Sprint during that.
In terms of, there's a lot of discussion, I'll make sure it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you were plotting some of these particular phones, specifically the Sprint ones, are you saying that these towers are the ones that would have been used if they were making a phone call?
No,
What are you saying?
these towers saw the phone.
Can you give any more indication on the direction or anything on that specific issue?
On the direction, you can see the side of the tower that saw the phone, but that's it.
Has this type of analysis been used to solve crimes?
Yes,
Has it been used to locate missing persons?
yes.
Judge, I'm going to object because this line of question is outside of my cross-examination.
Hey, overruled.
In terms of the data that you rely on, has it been validated in your personal experience in training?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor?
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Excused. Yeah. Counsel, want to call your next witness?
Yes. Kurt Rhodes.
Good afternoon. Are you Kurt Rhodes?
Yes.
Welcome. Come on up. There's no witness stand here. When you get there, you can put your things down, remain standing. Raise your right hand. Please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full name for the record.
Kurt Rhodes,
Please spell your first and last name for the court report.
KUNT, RHODES.
Thank you so much.
Please have a seat. Rhodes, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but it does not move back or forth, all right? Are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Rhodes. How are you today?
I'm well, how are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Would you please introduce yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and tell them how you work?
My name is Kurt Rhodes. I am a data analyst. I work in the BSO Crime Laboratory as a data analyst.
And what are the qualifications to be an analyst in the BSO Crime Lab for DNA?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I have completed the Sheriff's Office training program for DNA analysts. I hold certification from the ABC for American Criminalistics and Molecular Biology. And I am required to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education per year.
And so how long have you been employed for the Sheriff's Office?
I began in 2004 as a DNA technician. I went into DNA training in 2005 and began DNA casework in 2007.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between a DNA technician, like you were in 2005, and when you transitioned to 2004 and transitioned to 2005 to be the DNA training.
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, things of that nature.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree from in the sciences?
The program that I did for the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and microbiology, biochemistry and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career at the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA history.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, per year.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
It's at least 8 hours. Some of the courses used are loosely range from 8 hours to 40 hours. So 1 year maybe 8 hours, another year maybe 48 or even 60. It just depends on the year.
So in terms of the DNA section that you work for, what does it do on a day-to-day basis?
As a DNA analyst, I examine evidence that's submitted by investigators in attempts to develop DNA profiles from question samples and ultimately compare them to known standards to see if the individual that is being investigated or even alleged victim would be included or excluded from the evidence investigated.
In terms of the DNA analysis, do you do that yourself, hands-on?
I do.
And the training that you started to talk about, you said you started training in 2005. Could you talk and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training entails?
It entailed readings, hands-on processing of the samples that we did, time, extraction methods, quantizations. There was written tests as well as a mock report. Then there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately, and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a competency test?
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe a quantitation method. So the laboratory will then provide a test that the analyst would conduct. They would process this test and return the results to the agency to see if the results that they've gotten were appropriate for what we do.
And do you have to pass these competency tests or examinations before moving on to the next steps?
The competency tests are done to ensure that you are competent in the technology that is going to be employed in the case.
So once you pass that initial testing, is there additional yearly or biannual proficiency testing done?
As a DNA analyst, I am required to do 2 proficiency tests per year. In my laboratory, the agency will purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the provider to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house? In terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing criteria?
I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to.
Does the proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations?
They do.
And is it, Has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last couple of years?
In my laboratory, yes. It went from statistical calculation with known as random match probabilities, single source samples, and CPIs, which were combined probability of inclusion. We've transitioned from those two methods to a likelihood ratio method.
And can you explain, in as simple of terms as possible, what is a likelihood ratio?
A likelihood ratio is a comparison of two hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 compared against hypothesis 2. In terms of casework analysis, the initial hypothesis is that a person is included as a contributor to a sample, and the competing hypothesis is that the evidence or the DNA profile is coming from an unrelated unknown individual. So that is how the likelihood ratio is set up. Person 1, or the person of interest, is the contributor to the evidence versus it's coming from an unknown, unrelated individual.
So I want to go back, and so can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're doing a DNA analysis, what is it that you're looking for?
For the analysis that I'm doing, I am processing for STRs, for short and repeats. These are small fragments of DNA that are located in our DNA genome. They repeat a certain number of times. When I first began DNA casework, I was processing 15 STRs plus the amelogenin or sex determining marker. And now the technology has gone to 24 STRs.
So when you say short tandem repeat or STRs, do they code for something like eye color or hair color?
These are non-coding fragments of DNA.
Why is it important to look at those areas as opposed to eye color?
The locations that we're testing, or that I'm testing for, the locations that I'm processing, they're robust. They're polymorphic, meaning that there are differences. There's not just one or two variations. There could be 10 to 12 different variations, and they are independent from each other, meaning that the result that I get at location 1 will not affect the result that I would get at location 2, or the DNA profile at location 1 isn't affected by the DNA profile of location 2.
Is that a genetic marker? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And just so it's clear, can you define exactly what a genetic marker is from the DNA analyst perspective?
As it relates to what I do, it is the STL, the short tandem. That is the specific DNA fragment or DNA marker that I'm processing with C4.
Can you explain what an allele is?
The allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers at location. I'm just going to say location 1. An allele or characteristic of gene may be a 7, or an 8, or a 9, or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I obtain at each DNA location.
You said they're identified by numbers. What does that mean? Could you explain like where the numbers, what do you say? Is it 274? Is it 11?
As I mentioned, the 7, 8, or 9, that refers to the number of repeats. So with the STRs, it's a repeated fragment of DNA, ATCG, and that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
And where does that repeat, how does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
In the case of humans, our DNA is inherited from our parents. We receive half of our DNA from my mother and half from my father. And with the exception of identical twins, no two individuals are going to share the exact same DNA.
In terms of your casework and the DNA process that you do, has that been validated?
Yes,
Is the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab accredited?
it is.
And by what outside accredited body?
We're accredited by ANAB, or the NC National Accreditation Board.
What's the purpose of maintaining an accreditation as a lab?
The accreditation is a voluntary process. The accrediting board will do an audit on our laboratory. It will check our SOPs, or standard operating procedures, to ensure that we are doing proper record keeping, we are following procedures that we have in place, and that's the laboratory is essentially running as it is supposed to be according to the SOPs.
And in terms of the specific areas in which the lab is accredited for, are you only talking on DNA?
It's accredited in 4 different sections: DNA, firearms, chemistry, and fingerprints.
Have you worked in any of those other sections?
I have not.
In terms of the proficiency testing that we talked about earlier, is that also part of the accreditation process?
Yes, everything that is done in the laboratory will be audited through the accredited body.
And is there also accreditation and validation in terms of statistics that are used?
Again, it's part of the audit.
You mentioned that you used to do 15 areas plus antigen, and now you're at 24 areas. Can you explain what made that change occur?
The DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs in a bigger multiplex, that's what it's identified as, to analyze more DNA locations all at once in order to provide a better picture compared to years prior when it may have only been 9 locations.
With regards to the locations, does the software take into account the frequency then, or the number of times a particular repeat is found in the population?
I'm not sure of the question.
And previously, when you were doing random population, random match, or CPI, is it important to know how frequently a specific allele was shown up in a population of individuals?
Yes. At the end of the analysis, if I am, let me start over again. After I look at the evidentiary samples, I'll determine if it's a single source profile or a mixture, and then do a comparison between known standards. If I am going to report that the known standard is included as a contributor, I am required to give a weight to this. And in order to give a weight to this match or conclusion, I am required to provide a statistical calculation. So years prior, as I mentioned, it was RNP or CPI. We've gone to likelihood scenario. But all of those different calculations or those statistics are based on allele frequencies. And what that means is those STR markers that I mentioned before occur in the population at different frequencies. So I mentioned allele 8 may occur at a frequency of 25% of the population has it, and allele 7 may occur at 15%. So when I do a statistical calculation with all of the alleles present in the DNA profile compared to the standard, all of those frequencies are used to calculate the end results, whether it's an LR, a CPI, or an RNP.
So when you change your method, you're still using a lot of the same and building on the same items that you used in the past.
Yes, that's right.
Has the likelihood ratio, LR, been validated for statistical analysis?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about how in the lab you prevent any sort of cross-contamination?
When I process evidence, I am processing one case at a time, and when I process that, I screen the evidence. So the initial step is to look at the evidence that I am receiving from North Central Evidence Supply to ensure that the seals were intact. I'll do an inventory of the evidence compared to the submission form and property receipts. Typically, the items are packaged all together in kind of like a big brown bag. I'll open that bag up and do an inventory. And then again, process one evidentiary sample at a time while leaving the other samples in a drawer or a cabinet.
What do you do in between each sample to your workstation?
And the workstation is cleaned with bleach and alcohol. As I'm doing rescreening, I do wear lab coats, gloves. I work in what's called a dead air box, a big plexiglass box about the size of this bench here. And I do all my processing on the bench. I'll clean that up after I'm done with the evidence, change my gloves, and then move on to the next piece of evidence. When the next step will be extraction, which would be after I've taken my sample and my cutting of this evidence, I place it into a tube and try and elute out or purify any DNA present that's on that sample. At that point, I'm working little test tubes. So I would again be changing gloves, wearing a lab coat, a mask, and I would only be working with one sample at a time, or only open it one sample at a time to avoid a sample contamination.
In terms of, you mentioned the test tubes, are those sealed?
Yes.
So you talked about how you get evidence and it's brought to you. Does the lab assign a specific case number at the lab to track all items of evidence and samples?
Yes. When the investigator brings the evidence to the evidence window or the central receiving, there's a property receipt and a submission form that's brought in, accepted by the evidence intake unit, and is given a laboratory number.
When you receive evidence, you mentioned you check the seals. Why do you do that?
I check the seals. It's an indication if the evidence has been tampered with. There is a chain of custody form with property receipt, and it lists who had custody of the evidence, and then from history from which person it's transferred to.
And where is the evidence stored before you go and retrieve it?
For the most times, it is stored in the evidence vault. There's some cases where the evidence intake unit keeps it up front in their area in a safe. But the majority of times, they have an evidence vault in which I go to retrieve the evidence.
So we've talked a lot about DNA and kind of the process leading up to that. What about serology? Is that a part of your job as well?
Serology is one of the first steps that I do in screening evidence. With each case that's submitted, there's an evidence submission form. It gives me an idea of the type of evidence that I'm going to be processing. Sexual assaults. Years prior, I would screen for semen, looking for sperm cells. Maybe the case has indications of blood, at which point I would do presumptive testing for blood. Items of evidence are submitted where the investigator is just looking for what's essentially called contact DNA, where an individual had come into contact with maybe an item left at the scene. There's no real serology to do on that one, but I would just take cuttings of the sample.
So, Mr. Rhodes, I want to make sure it's clear. Is it your job to go out and collect DNA evidence?
No, I do not do any of the collection. The evidence is submitted, and I retrieve it from the evidence vault.
Do you give any advice on where to collect evidence from?
I do not.
Have you ever been in training in crime scene or evidence collection?
I have.
In terms of your employment at the sheriff's office, have you ever worked outside of the forensic DNA section?
I have not.
How many times approximately have you done the DNA analysis process we're going to talk about?
I was processing about 100 cases per year. I would say roughly 2 to 3 samples per case, or maybe 200 to 300 samples per year for a good 10 years. So thousands of samples and processing.
And in that time, have you had the opportunity to testify in court?
I've testified in Broward County about 40 times, and in the federal district 3 times.
You're an offer to defense for law data?
No objection.
Proceed, Counsel.
Okay, so I want to start with, in this particular case, did you do DNA analysis? Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the step-by-step process you go through? You started talking a little bit about extraction. You could pick up there and things like that.
So again, the first step would be a screening of the evidence. You collect my samples, which I would then put in two small, essentially test tubes, little microcentrifuge tubes. I would add reagents or chemicals to the tube in order to elute out any potential DNA that's present on the sample and to purify any DNA that may be present in that cutter.
Should we approach for just one moment?
Yes.
Could you like make some jokes while you're here?
You ready?
One in the room.
While we're waiting, I want to say that the DSO officers that are in this courtroom have been very cooperative and helpful. And I thank them all, except for Gary, of course.
Call the guy with the AC.
Again, Gary, over here, we think you're awesome.
That side of the table. This side, I don't blame you.
So, defendant, his counsel, and the assistant state attorneys, jury's from the jury room. I understand, counsel, I overheard you said you're going to use a demonstrative.
Yes, sir. I showed it to defense counsel already.
And I have no objection.
Thank you.
And you'll give that instruction on demonstrative evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury. Defendant, Dennis's counsel, the assistant attorney, the witness remains on stand, and we'll vote that the counsel is going to be able to continue with the direct examination. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. So,
You may proceed.
thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Okay, we talked about, you discussed what is extraction. Okay, so is that, did you complete your discussion of what is the extraction step for DNA?
I'm not sure. Extraction is when I'm trying to elute out and purify any potential DNA present in the samplings or cuttings that I've taken for the evidence. The next step would be quantitation, and that would be to determine how much DNA present, if any, is in the DNA extract, to then target a specific optimized amount of DNA for the amplification. Amplification is where I'm now going to be targeting those STRs, or those short tandem repeats, through a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, in order to make a detectable amount of DNA from that DNA extract, so that I can then go on to the last step of instrumentation, which is the detection phase using capillary electrophoresis.
So I'm going to go back and talk about the PCRs, the polymerase chain reaction. Does that change the underlying DNA sample in any way?
It does not. It's simply there to make a amount of DNA that can be detectable on an instrument.
And why do you do that?
That is the basis for the DNA typing that I do.
And the PCR typing that you're talking about, how long has that been used?
That's been for several decades. It's used in mass disaster identifications, paternity testing, the medical field.
How long has the process of DNA analysis and identification been used?
Again, it's been decades. STRs came around in the 90s, the middle to late 90s. So for 30 plus years, PCR has been employed.
Can, again, it's been a little while since high school biology. Can you explain how DNA comes to be in an individual person?
As I mentioned, you receive half from your mother, half from your father. The woman has the egg, and the man has the spermatozoa. Each of those cells has half from each parent, and it combines to form the child.
So is it always the first allele in any allele pair always comes from mom, and the second one always comes from dad?
No. So the way that the allele table is organized is the smallest allele or number, comma, the biggest allele number. I would only know which allele came from which parent by doing a comparison to the known parents. But there's things called recombination that take place during reproduction. So it's basically just a random sampling of the parents' DNA when those reproductive cells are formed to then make the offspring.
In terms of your DNA analysis, do you take into account siblings?
Siblings do come up from time to time. The best way would be to request a standard for comparison.
With regards to a sibling, or if you thought a sibling was involved, is that something you could tell from the data?
There is significant sharing between siblings. So if an analyst, myself, or any of my coworkers comes across a case where there is the potential that there could be a sibling, that information can be relayed to the investigator.
And I want to talk about, so it's clear, what is a standard when it comes to DNA?
A standard is a sample that's collected from a known individual. As I mentioned early on, the purpose of my analysis is to compare evidentiary or question samples collected at an alleged crime scene to a known standard or to a known person to see if that person is included or excluded as a contributor to any DNA left, again, at the potential scene.
In terms of how you're expressing your conclusion, are you expressing it in terms of it's more likely to be this individual than an unknown, unrelated individual?
Very similar, very close. I issue reports, and the wording is that the evidentiary sample is X times more likely to have originated from the person of interest than if it had originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And when those samples become mixtures, then it becomes a little bit more wordy. That's the intent of it.
So going into, you talked about the unknowns and the standards. Is that related to you in some form when the evidence is presented to you?
Yes, it has to be.
Why is that important?
It's important so that I know exactly what evidence is questioned and what is a standard. The evidentiary samples are processed separately from the known samples to avoid any sort of contamination.
When you say separately, do you mean separate workstations, separate times? Can you define that for ladies and gentlemen as to what you do to separate them?
I will process the question samples first, and then I do work in extraction batches. So several cases of question samples will be extracted, amplified, and put on the instrument together. And then I'll work a set of known samples, again, separate from the question samples, at different times and spaces.
Is it separate by days?
Not always, but there are chances, or there are times where it is separated by days, but it's definitely separated by time.
So the last step of the process that you were talking about, the capillary electrophoresis. What is that?
That is the step where I put the amplification product, I take a small portion of the amplification product and inject it onto an instrument. And what that's doing is it applies an electric charge to this little liquid to essentially suck up the DNA that's present from that amplification. And it runs through a little thin, tiny straw, so you have a visual, a capillary. And the DNA fragments are separated by the size, because all of the STRs have to be detectable and they all can't be the same size. So as they migrate through this capillary or little tiny straw, there is a fluorescent tag that is present on each of these DNA fragments. A laser will excite that fluorescent tag that emits light, and that light is captured. But again, the DNA fragments migrate or travel through that little capillary based on the size. The smaller ones will migrate faster, and the larger ones will migrate slower.
Is this captured in some sort of a chart or diagram that's then presented?
The samples are collected, and then they're analyzed through a program, and then I do have printouts. They're called electroparograms.
So with your Honor's permission for a demonstrative as to what an electropharogram looks like.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Please remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, the demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received as evidence, and it should not be used as a substitute for evidence. Only items of evidence received will be available to you for consideration during your deliberations. So at this time, this is not an evidence, it's demonstrative.
Mr. Rhodes, may I hear? Mr. Rhodes, can you explain kind of what this chart is?
So this is an electropharogram. This is one of the pages. They typically on 2 or 3 pages based on whether it's a single source or a mixture profile. As you see across the top, there's some red boxes. And
So I'm going to zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see.
there's these red boxes, and then you'll see a bunch of letters and numbers. To the left, you'll see D8S1179. That is one location that I am testing for. It's on the 8th chromosome. I would call it D8 for short. And as you go across to the right, you'll see D21 for short, D18 for short. And these are the locations, or these are the specific STRs that I'm analyzing.
In terms of you said it's a D8, is that the address of where this STR is located?
That's essentially what that is. It's location on the chromosome, the 8th chromosome, and then the S1179 gives a more specific location of where it's located.
Can you describe that like in terms of a house address? If the address is 123 Main Street of a house, how would that correspond that to what you're looking at?
The best I can do is, again, based on D8 would mean that's DNA on the 8th chromosome, and the S1179 gives a more specific location of that chromosome. Again, we have 23 chromosomes, so there are multiple chromosomes.
And do you test and sequence every single marker on every single chromosome when you're doing DNA analysis?
No, it is only the select set of SPRs that is used for each specific commercial kit. And in this particular kit, I use what's called global filer.
And what is global filer?
This specific DNA kit used for these SPRs.
And how many specific locations are you testing for in global filer?
There are 24.
So in terms of the specific evidence that you did in this case, I want to kind of just go in order with your reports, if that's okay. The items that were submitted to you in process on that. I'm going to start with the lab number items 16 and 17. If you need to refer to your report.
Yes.
Okay, so items 16 and 17. Was there a description attached to those items?
There was.
And where do you get the description from?
The description comes from the property receipt as well as the evidence packaging.
If there is a discrepancy between the property receipt and the evidence packaging, do you note that?
Yes.
So starting with 16 and 17, what description were you given as to where that swab originated?
These are oral swabs coming from Cortland Henry. Item 16 is the right side, and item 17 is the left side.
Do you test both of them?
I did not. I tested one.
Why don't you test both of them?
It's a buccal swab or oral swab coming from the same individual. There's not going to be a difference in DNA based off the left side is cheek or the right side is cheek.
So when you test item 16, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen in the jury how you go through that process?
It is, again, what I mentioned before. I would screen it, do an extraction, quantify it, do an amplification, and then develop the DNA profile and use it as a DNA standard for Mr. Henry.
Moving on to item number 18. Did you test and that particular item develop a DNA profile?
I did.
And the DNA profile assigned to item number 18 was what?
It is a DNA spot card from Christopher Thomas.
And in terms of what is a DNA spot card?
It's a blood thin collection card taken from the medical examiner.
And as to item number 19, the next item, did you test and develop a DNA standard or profile from item 19?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a DNA spot card from Mr. Anthony Williams.
Going forward to item number 20, what was that?
It was identified as swab from water bottle, PM number 18.
Do you know where that water bottle was?
I do not.
Did you do the DNA analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And can you explain what conclusions you drew on that item?
The DNA profile obtained from item number 20 was uninterpretable due to insufficient data.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what does it mean when you insufficient data?
After I do the analysis of any DNA product after I run it through calculated electrophoresis, look at the electrophoreograph, I look at the data and I have to determine, is there enough data to determine the number of contributors? Is this a single source profile? Is this a two-person profile? Or a two-person mixture? Is it a three-person? After looking at the results, I deemed that there wasn't enough information to even determine how many number of contributors were in the profile. So I deemed it insufficient or uninterpretable.
So does that mean there wasn't DNA there?
It means that there was DNA, but I was unable to make any sort of comparison.
You mentioned that you have to determine the number of contributors. What would help you determine the number of contributors to a DNA item?
The number of contributors, it's based off of the DNA results. one of the things that I look at is the number of alleles that are present. As I mentioned, we receive half of our DNA from the mother, half from our father. So at a specific location, I would expect to only find a maximum of 2 different alleles per location. So if I'm looking at, let's say, D8, as you can see, and there was 3 alleles or 3 different peaks present, it's a pretty good indication that it's coming from at least 2 individuals. If I had seen 4 peaks or 4 alleles, maybe 5 alleles, now there's a potential that there's 3 people that could be contributing to this profile. And after I do an overall analysis of the entire list program, I would then come to a determination of whether it's 2 or 3.
So when you're saying overall, do you look at each area or each address that you're looking at individually?
Individually first, and then overall to get the final interpretation.
And is that something you have training and experience in doing?
Yes.
How often do you have to analyze mixtures as part of your DNA casework?
Mixtures usually come up, I would say, at least half the time in DNA samples that are processed.
So going on to what was labeled for your DNA report as item number 21, what was that listed as?
It's listed as swab from spent casing laser 40 S&W PM number 18.
Were you able to get any DNA results from item number 21?
I was not.
Why not?
There wasn't sufficient DNA present in the extracts to obtain DNA results on the electrocardiograph after I did the amplification.
Okay, going on to item number 22. What was that described as?
Swab from Gucci sandals, PM number 19.
On number 22, were you able to determine the contributors on that particular swab?
That result was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors.
And were you able to identify the 3 contributors?
I was not.
In terms of, are you able to say and give a statistic as to each of the 3 individuals that you identified on item 22 as to their likelihood of being a contributor to that mixture?
Yes. So every sample that is deemed to be conclusive or interpretable single source mixture, I would then do a comparison to any known samples submitted. So each of the 3 individuals were compared against this mixture.
And were you able to determine whether or not you can give support to Christopher Thomas being included in that mixture?
Yes, the DNA results are 4,730 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And this provides moderate support that Christopher Thomas is included as a contributor.
So this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that we've heard moderate support. Can you explain what the verbal qualifiers are that you're going to be testifying and using to describe the DNA results?
Yes, the likelihood ratio can go from really small numbers. The resulting likelihood ratio number can go from really small to really large. So I will have a verbal qualifier listed on the report, and it goes from limited support, moderate support, strong support, and very strong support. And this tries to give a scale to the number that you're hearing.
And so the numbers that you're going to be talking about are exponential effects.
That's correct.
If it's the opposite direction, if it's an exclusion, what type of number, what type of words would you be using?
If it's an exclusion, which is really, there's a chance that there's a small likelihood for exclusion, and at that point it would be limited support for exclusion, or it would just be a straight exclusion with no verbal qualifier.
So going back to item 22, you said moderate support as to Christopher Thomas.
That's right.
Okay. And did you also analyze that with regards to the individual that was identified as Anthony Williams?
I did.
And so what was the likelihood ratio that Anthony Williams was a contributor to the DNA found on those samples?
The DNA results are at least 3.07 times 10 to the 25th, or 30.7 septillion. Time is more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
With regards to the individual that was identified as Portland Henry, what conclusions were you able to draw with regards to him and that DNA sample?
He was excluded as a contributor.
So you said 30.7 septillion. How many zeros is that?
There are 25 zeros after the 3.
Why is it that you don't say it's Anthony Williams, Chris Thomas, and some unknown individual?
Sometimes that is reported if it's requested. The likelihood ratio that I'm reporting on now is done on an individual basis. So I would conduct or calculate the likelihood ratio of the first individual, report the number, do a likelihood calculation of the second individual, report the number. And if it's requested, an additional calculation can be done and reported in which both individuals would be included in the measure.
So I want to make sure it's clear. You're looking at each contributor individually,
Yes.
and that is because the hypothesis is either how many times more likely that they are versus that they are not included.
Could you say that again?
You're making me do math. So with regards to the likelihood ratio, the first hypothesis is the number that you come out with, or the number you're reporting. If it is the 30.7 septillion times more likely that they are included, that's the first hypothesis, that they are there and they are included. The second hypothesis is that they are not. So you're saying that it is 30.7 septillion times more likely they are a contributor than they are not. Than they are excluded.
Sort of. I would explain it as, again, these likelihood ratios are, it's a calculation that's going against 2 competing hypotheses. So there is more support that Mr. Williams, in this case, would be included, along with 2 other unrelated individuals, than if the DNA results were coming from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And so for item 22, the swab from the Gucci sample you testified Portland Henry was excluded.
That's correct.
Moving on to item number 23. What was that?
It's listed as a cutting blood stain on front of T-shirt. Drew, I'm not sure how to say this, Drew Philmedit CG10.
Okay, going on to item number 23, the cutting from the front of the t-shirt. What were your results on that?
The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors.
Okay.
After doing the comparisons to each individual, the DNA results are at least 982 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And this provides moderate support that Mr. Thomas is included as a contributor.
And then with regards to Anthony Williams.
The DNA results are 3.22 times 10 to the 25th, or 32.2 septillion. Time is more likely if they originated from Mr. Williams and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And this provides a very strong support that Mr. Williams is included as a contributor.
982 and 32.27 million. That's a big difference.
Yes, and that's, again, one of the reasons that the verbal qualifier is put into the report.
In terms of identifying and making a conclusion based on that, is there anything that you take into account as to the amount of DNA that's in it?
The DNA mixtures that are analyzed in the laboratory that I analyze, I use a program called StarMix, or STRMix, and this is a program that helps to deconvolute these mixtures. And what deconvolute means is to determine if you have two contributors in the mixture, are you able to tease out or generate essentially who the first contributor would be compared to who the second contributor would be. As the amount of DNA is increased in these DNA extracts and these amplification products, the result becomes more robust, and you would have a more solid comparison, or an easier comparison, maybe that might be the right word. If you have a full single source DNA profile, it's a lot easier to compare to a standard than if you had a really partial DNA profile. And once you start compounding that into a mixture, if you have essentially two partial DNA profiles mixing into one stain, which would then make this partial two-person mixture, doing comparisons may lead to likelihood ratios that are on the lower side, versus if you had two robust DNA profiles, or two robust DNA sources of DNA making a mixture, and then the likelihood ratios may result in a number that's far larger and more support for the inclusion.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's clear. If you have 1 gallon of blood from one individual and 1 drop of blood from another individual, is that still, you can get out 2 profiles?
There is a potential, yes, but again, it depends on the overall result.
Would that come across in the data that you're looking at?
Absolutely.
And how would that read out in the data?
When I look at a DNA profile, mixture profile, you can see, or oftentimes you can see that there is one contributor that is contributing or providing more genetic material to the mixture versus the second contributor or third contributor. So you'll see differences in the peak heights or the alleles or the characteristics as you go across the electroparagram. And I can look and see, hey, this looks like a two-person mixture. This one contributor is providing more DNA material than this other contributor.
As to item number 23, can you say which individual contributed more genetic material to that cutting on the front of the t-shirt Drew filmed it?
I cannot specifically say that, but the likelihood ratio would provide the verbal qualifier that there's very strong support that Mr. Williams was included as an issue, or actually the issue.
So going, and then in terms of, did you also analyze that cutting against Portland Henry?
I did. Mr. Henry was executed as a jury.
So I want to also take a moment here to talk about different types of DNA and serology. Did you do serology on this particular item, item 23?
I did, yes. I did a presumptive test for the indications of blood, and it was positive.
If there are blood genetic material and epithelial genetic material, does that change your analysis in any way? Do you know they're commingled?
No.
And why not?
If a stain has potential blood on it, I'm going to take a cutting or a sampling based off of that size of that blood stain, because I can't saturate my DNA extract with all the blood DNA or DNA from the blood stain in hopes that I have obtained enough or there is any second contributor for many potential epithelial cells. And epithelial cells are basically the skin cells on the outside surface of your body. So if I were to rub this bench top here, deposit some of my DNA from my skin cells from my hand, and then there's a blood stain that comes up next to it. If the investigator swabs this, essentially this mixture of my DNA plus the blood stain, the blood is going to, for the most part, cover up or provide a majority of that DNA because the blood is a far richer source of DNA than the skin cells.
Is a person's DNA the same in every cell in their body?
It is.
So going on to now item number 23. What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished 23. Item 24, what is that described as?
The cutting blood stain on rear of t-shirt, Drew Philmetit, CG10.
Did you do a DNA analysis on item number 24?
I did. It was interpreted as originating from a single male contributor.
And did you be able to make a reasonable or a likelihood ratio as to which individual contributed to that blood stain?
I did the comparisons to the 3 individuals. The DNA results are at least 1.59 times 10 to the 25th, or 15.9 septillion times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas, Kristen Thomas, than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Were you able
Mr. Henry and Mr. Williams were excluded as contributors.
My next question. So with regards to item number 25, were you able to conduct a DNA analysis of that item?
I did.
What was that item identified to you as?
Swab, blood stain, G12, Air Jordan, sneaker E.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to the source of that blood stain?
I obtained a DNA profile and interpreted as originating from a single male contributor. Mr. Williams, or all 3 individuals were compared in comparison to Mr. Anthony Williams. The results are at least 5.3 times 10 to the 25th, or 53 septillion, times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Oh.
Mr. Henry and Mr. Thomas were excluded as contributors.
So I want to move on to the next report that you did. In terms of the final lab and how it works, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it's submitted in batches from the investigative agencies.
When evidence is submitted, we have a submission policy based off of the type of incident that's being investigated. There's essentially a number of items that can be submitted. In the cases of homicides, there's typically 10 to 12 items per testing round, is what we call it. We want the investigators to provide the most probative value, the most probative evidence for their investigation first, and then move on after that. With the cases of maybe a non-suspect burglary case, you may only get 2 evidence items worth.
In terms of limits on homicide cases, is there any limit to the number of items that can be listed?
There's no limit as far as I know. Again, we just, it's worked in series of samples so that 100 or 150 items aren't submitted all at once. Again, to try and have the investigator determine which would be the most probative evidence for the investigation.
And in terms of your role in that process, do you know the underlying facts of the investigation as it's progressing?
Sometimes yes, but mostly no. I'm typically just assigned the case. There may be some communications between the unit supervisor and the investigator as to why more evidence is being submitted or reasons why the investigator is requesting more evidence.
In front of you, there's a stack of items that have already been admitted into evidence. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
We've talked about a few already here. You recognize the green sticker on this item that's already been admitted as State 58? Please.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
On the back, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and all the other numbers as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And do you then assign individual numbers that we talked about?
Yes, the numbers are assigned based off our record keeping system. They're a sequential number, so the first item is number 1, and then sequentially down the line.
Okay. Moving on to what's been placed into evidence as State 53. Again, do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and my item numbers marked on it.
What's been previously admitted into evidence as State 33. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has all my markings on it.
As to what has been admitted as State 46.
Yes, again, the items are marked and my notations on the evidence.
Okay. And as to item State 32. Did you ever get this one?
I don't think so.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not, because my markings are not on here.
Okay. As to what's been admitted as State 26. Have you reviewed that item?
Yes, I have.
Is
I
that
have
okay?
marked it and put my laboratory and numbers in my initials.
So I'm approaching what's been previously marked as State GG for identification purposes only. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item? Please. It is open.
Yeah. Yes, it has my markings on it, case number, item numbers, initials.
Did you analyze the items inside of that package?
Yes, I did.
Hold on. So showing defense counsel, it's been marked as State triple T. Showing you what's been marked as State triple T for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has my information marked on the outside.
And did you collect that item?
No, I did not collect it.
Is that an item that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Thank you so much. So all of the items that we're looking at here, Mr. Rose, are packaged in paper bags.
4 manila envelopes.
Why is that?
The investigators use these types of evidence packaging in case the evidence is wet. It helps to allow air to get through the package to dry it. One of the things that will cause issues, degradation, is essentially having a biological stain remain wet, and mold, mildew, and bacteria will grow on it and potentially destroy any DNA that's present.
Is it important to keep DNA in a dry environment for preserving it?
Yes.
Is there limits on the temperature range in which the DNA is kept at the evidence vault?
There's no limits. The evidence vaults in laboratories are around 60 degrees, maybe 65. We do have freezers that we have old cases. So as long as the evidence is kept cool and dry, and the frozen is cool and dry, the DNA will persist for decades.
In terms of if the DNA is heated, would that cause degradation to it?
Yes, heat, moisture, and sunlight are three of the main factors that will cause degradation and essentially destruction of the DNA present.
Why don't they just keep it in plastic bags?
The plastic won't allow any air to get through to the evidence, and it will basically cause condensation if it's moist. If the evidence is moist or wet, which will then lead to the mold, mildew, and bacteria growing.
Can one person's DNA change to become someone else's?
Yeah.
How does it not, does air bring other DNA into those bags and chemicals?
No.
So going back now on to item number 26 that you processed. What was that identified as to you?
Swab from Yellow Jacket.
And there's another number that you list in your notes and reports of an 81. Where is that number coming from?
The first number, 26, is the item number that is generated in the laboratory when I am doing inventory in my inventory system. The 81 is the agency number as it's submitted on the partner's unit.
So going on to item number 26, did you analyze the swab of the Yellow Jacket as it's described?
I did, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that particular item?
The results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors.
So were you able to make determinations as to the standards that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay, we can discuss first with regards to Anthony Williams. What conclusion did you reach and what statistical basis for that?
He was included as a contributor to the mixture in the likelihood calculation. The results are at least 2.05 times 10 to the 8th, or 205 million. Times more likely if these DNA results originated from Anthony Williams and 3 unrelated unknown individuals, than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of a 4-person mixture, do you expect the statistics to be a little bit lower, just based on that?
It depends on, again, when I was speaking of contribution, if a person is more represented in a sample, the statistics or likelihood calculation can be rather large. It just depends on how much contribution is in that mixture.
Were you able to exclude anybody from the swab of the Yellow Jacket item 26?
Christopher Thomas and Portland Henry were excluded.
In terms of item number 27, how was that I'm sorry. Yes, item number 27, how was that number identified to you?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
Were you able to analyze that and develop DNA profiles?
I obtained a single source profile indicating male origin.
Were you able to determine the single source origin of that profile?
Christopher Thomas was included. The likelihood calculation is as follows. The DNA results are at least 1.65 times 10 to the 25th, or 16.5 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Going on to item number 28, did you do the same?
I did.
And what was that listed as?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
And that swab, who were you able to determine or what DNA conclusions were you able to make?
The DNA results were interpreted as originated from a single male contributor. Mr. Anthony Williams was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 4.38 times 10 to the 25th, or 43.8 septillion times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
At this point in everything that we have talked about, were you provided a standard for the defendant Jamell Evans?
No.
So going on to item number 29, were you able to develop a DNA profile on that particular item?
I analyzed the results and deemed it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
And what was item number 29?
It's listed as swab from bloodstain on rear passenger seat, PM number 1.
And you couldn't say where that was collected from.
I can,
Going on to your next report, I'm talking about the MVAC filter. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
an MVAC filter is it's a filter paper where the investigator will essentially soak the surface of whatever they're looking for, maybe a shirt or a shoe or even a door, in a liquid, and they come back and they vacuum it up. And all of that vacuumed up liquid will then go and be deposited on the filter paper. That filter paper is then taken out of the apparatus, dried, and then I will take a portion of that filter paper and try and develop a DNA profile from the surface that they process.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the item number. What's that?
It's item number 31 of his report.
Thank you.
So on the MVAC filter, item 31, that you were asked to process in this case, what was your information relayed as to where that MVAC source was?
It's identified as MVAC filter 9 from spent casings found on ground at US 27 and Southwest 208th Avenue.
So we talked a little bit about things that are conducive to DNA. Does sunlight have an effect on it, you said, I believe, right?
Yes, we can.
What does sunlight do to DNA if exposed?
Again, with the heat, light, and moisture, it allows bacteria to grow and to essentially degrade the DNA.
And when you did an analysis of item number 31, the MVAC filter, what conclusions were you able to draw?
I did an extraction on the piece of evidence, and after quantitation, I determined that there was insufficient amount of extracted DNA to go forward. So I did not attempt to develop a DNA profile, and I stopped processing at that point.
And if you remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean if you stop it at that second step?
The extraction, meaning I would not obtain a DNA profile that could be used for any sort of comparisons. There just isn't enough genetic material in the extract.
What is the information, what are you relying on, and what training and experience to make that conclusion?
It's the quantitation results, the type of samples that I have obtained or that I analyzed. So I'm not surprised that MVACs from casings yield very little DNA.
Moving on to your next report, item 32. Was that item provided to you for DNA analysis?
It was.
And that is in evidence, I believe, for DNA. As states 46.
Yes.
I may publish for the jury. So I'm publishing now state 46. What was state 46 reported to you to be?
These are oral swabs or standards from juvenile demons.
And with regards to item number 32 and 33 in your report, are they the same?
Item number 32 is listed as the right cheek, and 33 is listed as the left cheek.
Similar to we previously talked about, did you just pick one to test?
Correct, I did just the first one.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to picking the right versus the left?
Nope.
Going on, and so once you got this standard, did you go back and look at the other evidence you previously analyzed?
Yes, so comparisons were made to all the previously analyzed questioned evidence.
So going to item number 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals. Were you able to compare the profile from Mr. Demons as opposed to the profile developed from those sandals?
I did, and he was excluded.
The blood stain on the front of the t-shirt, item number 23, were you able to compare Mr. Demons' profile to that?
I did a comparison, and he was again excluded.
What about item number 24, the cutting on the blood stain of the rear of the t-shirt?
After comparisons were done, he was excluded.
Okay, then on item number 25, the swab of blood stain from the Air Jordan.
Again, an exclusion.
Going on to item number 26, the swab from the yellow jacket.
An exclusion as well.
And in terms of the item number 27 and 28, the swabs at the Gatorade bottles. What were the results on that?
Those were both exclusions.
So going forward to what's been shown to you but not yet admitted into evidence for identification purposes, state triple T. What was that item told to you to be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. On your item 34, what's been shown to you for identification purposes only as state triple T. What was that item described to you to be?
It's listed as a cutting of headline.
And how did you analyze that particular piece of evidence?
That evidence, I had to do visual examination on it and actually take a cutting of a potential blood stain.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between using it from a swab versus a cutting of an item?
This was a piece of evidence, a headliner. It was the size, maybe a foot square. There were some small red brown stains on there. So there's oftentimes where the evidence itself is better to be submitted as opposed to moistening a cotton tip swab and then swabbing it. Just in case the small blood stain becomes too diffuse on the cotton tip swab. And why that's important is I do my best to preserve evidence for future testing. So if an item of evidence is submitted, I typically process only half of the evidence. If there's only one swab submitted, I'll process half of the swab, leaving half for retesting either in current technologies by another laboratory or save it for future testing when technology has advanced even further. So if there's small potential blood stains, again, it might be beneficial to actually examine the evidence and take a cutting, as I did in this particular case.
Okay, and in terms of were you able to do an analysis and develop a profile on that particular item?
I did. I obtained a DNA profile originating from a single male contributor.
And were you able to identify the source of that single male contributor?
Mr. Anthony Williams was included as a contributor.
And what support can you assign to him being the contributor?
The likelihood ratio calculation, the results are 5.12 times 10 to the 25th, or 51.2 septillion times more likely if it originated from Mr. Williams than if it originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Did you also do serology on that specific item?
I did. I did presumptive testing for blood, and it was positive.
When you're doing DNA testing on this, will you know without doing serology if something is epithelial or blood?
I would have.
In this case, the serology indicated blood. And which test did you use to determine that?
I used a phenolphthalein test.
And were any individuals excluded from that sample?
Mr. Henry, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Devins were excluded as contributors.
So moving on to item number 40, getting towards the end. With regards to item number 40, was that item submitted and analysis done?
Yes.
Okay. What was item number 40? What steps of the DNA process did you take it through as well?
Item number 40 was extracted for DNA, but after quantitation, there wasn't a sufficient amount of DNA to move forward, so I did not attempt to do any DNA profiling.
And what was item number 40 described as?
Contact swab of non-blood area of rear of driver's seat.
And is this the same discussion you had in regards to the last item? with not enough DNA, so then you stop it at that first step.
Correct, after extraction. So after quantitation.
Why don't you at least try and take it through and go through all the steps?
There oftentimes the quantitation results in a 0. None was detected. Sometimes it results in a null value, meaning not even less than 0 was obtained. So at that point, I'm pretty confident that I'm not going to obtain a DNA profile.
Do you do a control swab or sample as you're going through the DNA process each time?
The DNA processing has several controls during extraction. I have a reagent blank, and this is just a sample of just the reagents by themselves. The extraction reagents that I use will be processed with the samples to ensure that the reagents are free of contaminants. When I do a amplification for PCR, there will be a positive control and a negative control. The negative control is again just a tube of reagents. There shouldn't be any DNA present at the end. And the positive control is a known DNA standard. And so after I do my amplification, the negative control needs to be blank, and the positive control needs to generate, or I need to generate the DNA profile from that positive control.
So let's go back. You mentioned reagents. I don't think we've defined that for the jury for today. What is a reagent?
Reagents are the chemicals that I use for my DNA processing.
Are they standard and part of the kit that you were talking about earlier?
There are different components in the amplification kit, quantitation kit. We have different reagents used for extraction. So at every step, there are a set of reagents that we use.
And those are all related to the controls as well.
Correct.
So going back, so once we went talked about that, let's talk about item number 41. What was item 41 described to you as?
It's listed as blood swab of smear from rear of driver's seat.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to item 41?
I obtained some results, but I reported that they were uninterpretable due to limited data.
What is that?
Meaning I obtained the electrocardiogram stage. I've analyzed the ending result of that PCR amplification and deemed that there wasn't sufficient amount of DNA to make any comparisons.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to item number 66. Did you analyze that particular item? And in terms of what was item number 66?
Item number 66 was initially reported as contact swab of rear of driver's side door handle interior.
Were you able to determine what the packaging of item number 66 said?
Yes, the contact swab of rear of driver's side door handle interior.
I'm sorry, on number 66 is which?
Front of driver's side door handle.
So you can't specify as to which it came from.
I'm not sure of the question.
You didn't collect this item of evidence.
No, I didn't.
So after reviewing the item analysis, did you amend your report to read contact swab of front driver's side door handle interior?
That's right.
So going on to item number 42, which is in labeled as item 66 by the Markers Department. What results did you have?
Again, I obtained a DNA profile, but ruled it or determined it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
Does uninterpretable mean no DNA?
In this case, no, there was DNA present, but it was insufficient amounts to make any sort of determination. Number of contributors or even comparisons.
Are you still looking back at those same standards that we talked about previously?
The interpretation of the question samples is done prior to looking at the interpretation of the notes.
Why is that?
It's to avoid any sort of bias. I want to make my interpretation calls of those unknowns absent of knowing what the known standards are.
Does the computer do any of this analysis or say, hey, it's person A or person B for you?
No, it does not.
So moving on to item number 43. Is that the last item you tested in this case?
Yes.
So with regards to what was item number 43 listed as?
Swab, rear driver's side door, handle interior.
Were you able to do DNA testing on that particular item?
I did. Yes.
Did you develop a profile?
I did.
And can you explain what DNA profile you developed?
In this particular case, I reported out both a 2-person mixture and a 3-person mixture.
And so explain why you would report out 2 different hypotheses.
When I did the initial interpretation of the question sample of this item 43, there was the appearance of a 2-person mixture. After doing a comparison to known standards and doing the likelihood calculation, the result was essentially unintuitive. There was a lot of contribution being attributed to an individual, but then resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
So can you explain what that means in a little bit simpler math terms, if possible?
Yeah, essentially the likelihood ratio resulted in exclusion. So after talking with my technical leader, I determined, or we both came to the consensus that it would be best to report out or then interpret it as a 3-person mixture and then report out both results.
So with regards to when you're saying it's an exclusion, is there a certain number of loci that it has to not match for you to report it as an exclusion?
When it comes to likelihood ratios, as I had mentioned before, it's doing it's comparing 2 hypotheses, essentially that a person is included versus a person, an unrelated unknown individual is included. And it does this at every specific location. So going through all of those locations, there's the potential to have 16, 17, 18 locus-specific likelihood ratios. And at the end of it, those are all multiplied together to get the final result. So if one specific location results in a 0 likelihood ratio, but everything else is inclusionary, it's an indication that there's an issue with how the software was set up. And so as an analyst, I would go back and see what the issue was and then rerun this deconvolution and redo the calculations. In this particular case, after doing a visual comparison of the standards to the mixture and then looking at the resulting likelihood ratios, again, I spoke with the technical leader and we determined that there would be best to report out both.
So I'm going to go starting with the alternative proposition on that. Were you able to exclude anyone in the alternative proposition that you put forth?
Mr. Cortland Henry was excluded.
With regards to the initial proposition,
Cortland Henry, Anthony Williams, and Jamell Devins were excluded.
who was included on the initial proposition?
Christopher Thomas was included.
When you were looking at it as 2 contributors, how did you exclude the defendant in this case, Mr. Devins?
How did I exclude him?
Yes.
So again, after doing the visual comparison and then running it through to generate the likelihood ratio, it resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
When you looked at it again as a 3-person mixture, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not Christopher Thomas was included as a source of that mixture?
Yeah, he was included as a 3-person as well.
And what were the statistics on the 3-person mixture for Christopher Thomas?
The results are at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th, or 8.15 septillion times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of, as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a 3-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle considered?
Yes, the results are at most 46, and this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, what verbal qualifier would you give if he is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, Jamell in this case?
I did.
And what was your conclusion in a 3-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Demons being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from Jamell Demons and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And what verbal qualifier did you give to that particular item of Mr. Demons being included?
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Man,
You ready to make the case? Sure. We'll take a short recess, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence, there will be no research. Please, your name, no pledge on the chair. How you let the record reflect the injuries to the tax, not to mail over the defendant, Mr. Demons, can you restroom break?
Yes,
Yes, can you arrange that? You will recess.
jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, evidence as counsel, and assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury. All witnesses named on the stand, Councilman Rob, please cross nomination if you're ready, may proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to say good evening to you.
Yes,
I feel like it's nighttime. By any chance, do you know George Bello?
he is the unit supervisor for the fire section.
Yeah. He gave us an education on firearms, and you've now given us an education on DNA. So he said he would give us some type of certificate. So I expect you also to get some type of certificate on DNA. But in any event, when did you perform your first DNA testing?
May I heard it on once?
Absolutely. Feel free at any time.
My initial examination of the first evidence was on January 23 of 2019.
2019.
Correct.
And that's when you analyzed or examined various items that came out of a grade G. That was water bottle, some sneakers, I think, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle, item 27, I think you identified.
For this particular date, it was items 16 through 25.
16 through 25, okay. On 123 of 19, you examined a water bottle, a spent casing, Gucci sandals, and a blood stain on front of a t-shirt and a blood stain on the rear of the t-shirt. And also a blood stain on an Air Jordan sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
That turned out not to come back to this young man right over here, correct? Mr. Demons. I'm going to call him Jamell. It's easier. Okay. Is that correct?
At this time or later? 'Cause
Later.
Later. May I refer to my report?
Absolutely. And give us a date that you did that, please.
So on January 25th of 2022 is when the comparisons were made to Mr. Devins, and he was excluded from all those items.
That was January of what?
The report was issued on January 25th of 2022.
I'm sorry.
I did my analysis on January 24th, the day before.
Okay. That was approximately 3 years after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
Then you analyzed, did you not, item 26, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And what date did you examine those items?
That was on August 24th of 2021.
August 24th, you said?
Correct.
Of 21. That was 2 years approximately after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those came from inside the Jeep. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those did not match Jamell, correct?
That's correct. He was excluded.
Then you received some additional items, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the date that you received the additional items?
They were received on multiple days.
Okay, give us the first date you received additional item, please.
I began processing the impact filter on January 5th of 2022.
That was approximately 3 years after his arrest.
The cutting of the headliner, which is item 34,
When did you receive that?
began processing on January 28th of 2022.
Also about 3 years after his arrest.
Objection, counsel, testified.
That was a question. Restate it. Restate your question.
Did you know it was approximately 3 years after he was arrested?
I did not. Additional items were submitted. These were items 40, 41, and 42. Those were processed on April 25th of 2023.
April 25th of 23?
That's right.
Did you know that was after we started this
Objection, Your
trial?
Honor, improper.
Excuse me. Question settled.
Sir, did you know that when you received the blood stain on the headliner, that was after this trial started?
I did not know.
But you started that in April 25th of 23? Just 2 months ago?
The headliner was, that was prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item that you received on the 23 was what?
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area, rear driver seat. The blood swab of smear from rear of driver seat. And the contact swab of front of driver side door handle interior.
Okay. And you did not know that was after this trial started, correct?
I did not know.
And none of that came back to the DNA of this young man, Jamell, correct?
Correct. It was deemed uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate DNA profile because there was insufficient amount of DNA.
Do you know what the delay was in sending that evidence to you?
Objection, outside the scope, speculation.
And did you receive any other items in 2023?
Yes, one last item, item 43.
And that was the door handle of the rear door? Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And did I hear you correctly that you first ran a test and it did not come back matching or belonging to or contributor to Jamell?
That's right.
And did I also hear you correctly then you discussed something about your software with your supervisor?
But the technical data, yes.
And then ran another test and had a 3-person contributor?
That's right.
And all of a sudden it matched or it was labeled as Jamell may have been a contributor?
That's right.
What date was that, sir?
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
Yes, sir.
Who requested that?
Objection,
If you know.
What's the objection?
speculation, so just go.
As far as outside the scope rule, who knows he can answer?
Who submitted that item to you 3 weeks ago?
It would have been Miramar, the investigators.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, I can look at my.
Feel free.
It was submitted by Miramar investigator. Mark Moretti.
Moretti.
Who is listed on the submission below.
And that was the only item that supposedly matched Jamell's DNA, correct?
I believe so. I can look back just to confirm it,
Please do.
but I do believe that is an accurate assessment. Yes, there was an item with the inclusionary likelihood.
Could you tell these folks when that DNA was placed on, supposedly, on the door handle?
No, I cannot.
It could have been placed a week.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
How long can DNA stay on an item?
The DNA can persist on items. Again, as I mentioned, heat, light, moisture can cause it to degrade. It will become unusable. The DNA is deposited on the surface. It can last weeks, months, years, kept in a nice, cool, dry environment.
Did you know this Jeep was stored in police custody in a safe, dry area?
I do not know.
May I have one other question? One other moment. Excuse me. Thank you very much.
Attorney Redirect?
Yes, John. Mr. Rhodes, is it unusual to receive multiple submissions over the life of a case?
No, it's not needed.
Does the date in which you work a particular item have any effect on the results you report on?
No, it isn't.
As to the likelihood ratio on item number 43, who was included in that particular item?
For both propositions, Mr. Thomas was included for both the 2-person and 3-person contributor propositions. Under the 2-person proposition, Mr. Henry, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Emmons were excluded. Under the 3-person proposition, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Emmons were included.
And with regards to the time of collection of that swab, would that be indicated on the box that it is found in?
Sometimes there are indications on the collection. I can look at the record receipt and I'm not sure if it's a newer one or an older one. But I can look at the record receipt if you'd like.
Okay, and that would be item number 67, what's been put into evidence as 833. Related to that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so item 33 in evidence, is that item number 67 and you're labeling here?
Yes, that's right.
What was the date and time of collection according to that specific item?
So it's dated at 10/26 of 2018,
And the time?
1736.
Okay. If DNA is stored in an optical environment, will it persist forever?
I'm not sure about forever, but it won't persist for a decade.
And in terms of it, if it is collected on cotton swabs that is dry and sterile, is that a ideal place to perpetuate DNA storage?
Yes.
Nothing further.
I have one or two questions based on that, if the court will allow me.
Sure, go ahead.
You indicated that it's not unusual to get multiple submissions of evidence.
That's right.
Do you know why it took 5 years to submit that exhibit to you to analyze?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
He knows he can answer, you know?
I do not.
Thank you.
Councilman, anything else in this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
Yes, you're right.
Thank you, Ms. Step Counsel, you're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding is that's all the witnesses we have for today, and so we'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of certainly no research, just leave your notepad on your chair. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Anything to discuss, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to do a side.
Sidebar?
Thanks.
Your job.
Are you, because of the cameras, I think.
That's fine. No, sidebar.
Thank you.